guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there are possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Bailos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademarked Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to
righty, that is my cue, so away we go. Hi there. Looks like we have officially crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So that's it for the funny business. April Fool's is over. Get that, horse feathers? I saw you trying to sneak that in before the midnight hour. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A rather quiet night outside the secret bunker. That will be changing rather dramatically as we make our way through a Wednesday. Yes, hump day coming on here, 2nd day of April. We will work our way into the new day respectively from time zone to time zone. All right, right on the heels of a severe weather outbreak over the weekend. The atmosphere has rapidly recharged. Action is getting underway as we speak. In just the past 3 hours, we've seen more than a half dozen tornado warnings in Kansas. Some of these have been confirmed tornadoes, damaging tornadoes. And that activity is going to be kind of ramping up through the night, right on through the upcoming day, encompassing a very expansive zone from central and southern Texas all the way to the Great Lakes region. This is actually going to be a stronger storm than we saw over the weekend, focusing on the central U.S. As it crawls along, the number of severe incidents with this new round is likely to exceed the severe weather we saw over the central portions of the country over this past Sunday. This week's severe weather is forecast to reach a high level, widespread, dangerous, damaging thunderstorms. Going to be a lot of wind generated by this storm system that will help fuel the intensity of these thunderstorms beginning Tuesday night and right on through the upcoming day. The main threats for severe weather overnight tonight will stem from powerful wind gusts and hail. A few of the strongest thunderstorms may include brief tornadoes, which may be strong. Area at risk for tonight extends from the central parts of Nebraska to Iowa, southward to central portions of Texas, eastern portions of Kansas, central and eastern Oklahoma. You could have numerous thunderstorms. I'm looking at a line right now, and it's the line that has been producing some tornado warnings, a pretty intense squall line stretching from right there, the southwest or southeast corner of Nebraska, northeast portions of Kansas, from northeast to southwest, all the way back toward just east of Dodge City at this point in time. Out well ahead of that line, we are seeing some of those, what they refer to supercell storms, one of which is moving into west central portions of Missouri, another back toward Ottawa, Kansas. This is just going to continue to grow and expand throughout the upcoming day. Many components for severe weather. Warm temperatures, plenty of moisture, the strong jet stream, all coming together over the mid-Mississippi and portions of the Ohio Valley later today. Many of these areas that have been hit by severe weather the past couple of weeks, you may find yourself right in the middle of this new significant threat. Now, likely the threat from later today, Wednesday to Wednesday night, it's probably going to be the most significant period for severe weather of the week. Could rival that of any 24-hour period we've seen so far this year. The midweek severe weather will extend from central Texas all the way to southeastern Wisconsin, central portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan. Later in the day, all modes of severe weather, storms packing high winds, large hail, flash flooding, numerous tornadoes. A high-risk zone with widespread severe thunderstorms will be centered on the middle Mississippi Valley. So we're talking the risk of multiple strong tornadoes forming near the Texas-Arkansas border to perhaps as far north as portions of southern Illinois, central Indiana beginning Wednesday afternoon, then continuing through the overnight hours Wednesday night. The combination, the darkness, the low clouds, the wooded rolling hills, greatly adds to that tornado danger. As we look toward Thursday, still more severe weather, the zone stretching from parts of central Texas once again to near the mid-Atlantic coastal areas. Rounds of severe weather forecast to continue over the south-central states, centered over the lower Mississippi Valley, even into Friday and Saturday. In most cases, you have these storm systems that are going to roll from west to east or northwest to southeast and make their way across the country. There's a blocking pattern in place here that's going to be holding all these storms up. So they'll just begin to train over the same areas over and over again. And they're talking about possibly an historic flooding event that may unfold between now and Sunday. So as they mentioned right there, the forward progress going to be slowed by a dome of building heat in the southeastern states. So these storms are going to turn into what they call a conveyor belt, the training effect. Tremendous amounts of rain from the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas all the way up into the Ohio Valley. Some of these areas are going to see well over a foot of rainfall, life-threatening flash flooding, and flooding along some of the larger rivers may follow as this all has to head down to the larger tributaries as we head toward next weekend. We'll kind of break down that fire hose effect coming up here. And at the same time, I didn't realize, I know there was some wintry precipitation there in the northern tier of the country over the weekend. I had no idea that some areas, parts of Michigan, had been impacted by a crippling ice storm. Some areas picked up 1 to 2 inches of ice accretion. There is going to be another round of icing, not quite that significant. But I was looking at some of the video where, just trees decimated, roads blocked, incredible ice accretion. Tonight we are seeing some snow in that northern tier of the country. Right now, some snow from about Bismarck, North Dakota, on into the northernmost portions of South Dakota. Got a band of heavier snow from just about right about Minneapolis, stretching across right through central portions of Wisconsin, on over into central portions of lower Michigan. And we'll be talking some areas 6 to 12 inches of snowfall. Old Man Winter's not done with the northern tier of the country by a long shot just yet. Hello to Marianne, out of the box here, kicking things off on a Wednesday morning. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Must be happy. The midnight hour. Hey, Mike, what day is it? 46 degrees at this hour, southwestern Ohio. Hop, skip, and a jump from the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. I gotta go. Duty calls. All right, they're Pappy out there serving and protecting tonight. Be safe. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to the DTS guy. Horse feathers, what day is it? Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. 48 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. All right, there's Norman. What do you got? Checking in from the home 20 there in north central Kansas. Off duty for a few days. I guess in the last week, hauled out over 200 tons of scrap cars, tractors, old farm equipment, and other stuff. Storm's going to be rolling through this morning. Hopefully they miss us. But everybody have a good morning. All right, I think you might be in the line of fire there tonight, north central Kansas, right? Hello from Bob in Michigan. Jerry, morning, Steve, everybody. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to us by Hot Shot Secrets. Be careful today. The wind's going to be strong in some places. And as always, tell them you love them every chance you get. Send your heat wave. In Phoenix, trying to get home. Lady heat wave in the hospital, trying frantically to get back from Phoenix. All right, great news from Florida. But the Wisconsin news, not so good. Kind of sucks. We'll keep folks advised on Teresa's condition. All right, say a prayer for Lady Heatwave there. No idea what's going on, but let me see here. Eskimo Mom, howdy Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. Happy birthday to the blind man and anybody else celebrating an April birthday. We're down to 18 days till Resurrection Sunday, 34 days until Ohio's primary or special election. Got an Anderson, Indiana run to start my week off. Don't know what I'll be doing after I get back to the yard, but we are cloudy, breezy, getting kind of humid. 47 degrees near Wilkinson, Indiana at this hour. All right, storms rolling through Salina, Kansas right now, southwest of us. My weather radio went off for the first time this year. That's Norman there in Kansas. Good morning, all. The boss man checking in from the home base in Illinois at this hour. All right, looking at the big picture, the weather watches, advisories, there are numerous severe thunderstorm watches. Eastern Kansas, about the eastern half of that state. Southeastern Nebraska, tornado watches in place. They're in southern portions of Kansas. A broad area of wind advisories stretching from Louisiana all the way up into northern portions of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio for the upcoming day. Now, embedded in that wind advisory zone, they're talking 25, 35 gusts to 50. I know our wind advisory kicks in at I believe 10 o'clock a.m. this Wednesday morning and continues right on through the midnight hour Wednesday night. Flood watches stretching from pretty much southeast Oklahoma, from Arkansas through the entire state of Ohio. Flood watches as we anticipate that fire hose effect of rain over the next several days. Lots to keep our eyes on through the overnight hours tonight. I will primarily be focusing on if I see active tornado warnings, I'll pass those your way. But I can tell you this, the severe thunderstorm warnings are just going to be popping up one after another pretty much all night long. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, kicking things off for a brand new day. Let's see what's going on with the CNI dog. Hey there.
Good morning. I'm listening to some talk shows and I listen to things on the internet or some internet channels, like on YouTube, people talk about Grok, which is a part of X, and then you got ChatGPT, and then you got Gemini from the Android.
Mm-hmm.
And people are starting to ask questions of these apps. Okay, I play video games, not your typical video games, but I control the actions of a character in a video game. What to do? Go do this. Go do that. These days, it seems like the computer's turning the table on us. And they ask questions from the computer, like Grok, and then it'll give them the answers they're looking for or advice to follow. What's your opinion on that?
Well, it's artificial intelligence, right? I mean, I have not personally spent any time on the ChatGPT. I haven't even checked it out, so I don't know a whole lot about it. But I know apparently it's the future.
Some people use Grok as an instantaneous tool on X to pull up data pretty quickly. I have designed a couple of pictures using the Windows app. Pretty interesting stuff, but I think it's much further down the line. Let's see what else I wanted to talk about. Did you hear anything about the elections? Did they already happen in Wisconsin and in Florida?
Yes, they had the special election this past day. Florida turned out well, both of those House seats being held by Republicans. What we have, the Randy Fine handily winning the special election there, defeating the Democrat Josh Wheel. Let's see. The other seat was the 1st Congressional District, Republican Jimmy Patronis winning the election there. So, yes, the Republicans holding on to both seats in Florida. Wisconsin, they had, I guess, a Supreme Court judge in that state, and the far left-leaning liberal judge won that there. Not surprising in Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's all I have for today. I will be listening. Thank you, Steve.
All right. Thanks for checking in there. Have a good night to the CNI dog. Let's see what's going on with Josh. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Steve. Just on my way back from the airport, so I thought I'd tune in and call in, see what you guys are doing.
Well, we're kicking off a brand new day. Where are you flying in from?
I'm flying in from Bentonville, Arkansas. We were down to Walmart to do a line review with them.
Ah, okay. So how'd things go at our meeting there? Everything go smooth?
Very smooth meeting. Met a new buyer. Very interested in our brand and learning more and more about the space of performance chemicals. And, I think there's some positive things that happen. So we'll see what happens.
Good deal. Well, we missed you at the big show there last week. Got to hang out with your brother, Matt, but I think everything went well, all said and done.
Yeah, it really did overall. And, I was prepping for this meeting. It's kind of hard to go to that and turn around, and I had to fly out early Monday morning as well. So glad that all went well for you guys.
I had a lot of great interviews. I guess Kyle made it sound like it was a very good show. Sold a lot of product. Got to meet a lot of folks. I'm not sure how many new maybe dealers they signed up, but it was a very busy 3 days. Friday was exceptionally busy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard as well. So it was great show once again, and I think it just shows how we really love that particular show, and and your fans to be able to stop by too and see the show going on live.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. So are you ready for the big storms later today? I mean, they're talking winds and rain. Gonna get How'd you come out Sunday night? Our tornado sirens went off about 3 separate times in 30 minutes, and there were several confirmed tornadoes, but just the small EF0s. Did you get hit up there in Mount Gilead?
I'm just north of Mount Gilead. Did not get hit with any tornadoes or any sirens, but definitely thunder, lightning, and pretty heavy rain from time to time.
Yeah. So I guess it's round number 2 today.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to go home, put away the trash can before it flies away.
Technically, tonight's our garbage, and I ain't going to put it out till Thursday morning because I know everything will be in the street.
Yep, exactly right. There's a new website sale that started today, or yesterday technically now. All of our bundles are 20% off. There is a coupon code. I believe it's bundle 20 is the coupon code, but don't quote me. I'm not looking at my paperwork tonight. But, check that out on the website. And, that includes all sorts of different things between the Diesel Duo. There's a couple semi packs, including a regen reduction pack. Also, some of the multi-packs of products, too, also fall under that bundle category.
Very good. All right, 20% off. That's a deal.
That's a heck of a deal. Way to start the April season.
And you started it on April 1st. All right, it makes sense that you called tonight. It's not a joke. It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
All right, well, I got my news break coming up here, so you might want to, if you want to hang in there, we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here as we kick off a brand new day. From time zone to time zone, whirling into a Wednesday. I got a message from Ryan here earlier this past day telling me to welcome aboard our new affiliate in Houston, Texas, KNTH, AM 1070, The Answer, Houston, Texas. Welcome aboard. I'm figuring they're in the central time zone, so they'll probably be coming on at the top of the hour here, the midnight hour central time, but all right, Josh, hey, I got a heads up for you. I don't know if it had anything to do with the weekend, if we had to make changes, but the news is kind of doing that thing. It hasn't uploaded since, like, I guess that would have been Sunday evening or something, or Monday maybe.
Yeah, I'll check it out when I get back to the office first thing in the morning.
I kind of figured as much.
I bet something got turned off in our moving in the mobile studio.
Okay, all right. Otherwise, hey, we got any new products in the offing? I know they had introduced the new grease, and they had that available there at the truck show. Any new products in line?
There's 3 of them actually I'm working on right now. One's for the performance racing market. It's actually a fully formulated diesel fuel, so not something our average user would use, but going to the tractor pulling, the diesel drag racing we do so much. We're also working on a injector flush, which is definitely for this crowd here, and I expect that to release sometime in this month. So real excited to get that out, and got a lot of good feedback on it during our R&D testing.
So an injector flush, I mean, isn't that kind of what the Stiction Eliminator does? So it's going to be something different, more than that, or better?
It's going into the fuel side, and it's kind of like our Diesel Extreme, except for it's more of a clean-out service that you put into your vehicle, so it's a deep clean, even deeper than you get with Diesel Extreme.
Okay.
Just because of the way we can apply the chemical, and we even tested some people have been using our 2-step treatment and with Diesel Extreme EDT, and they're finding some benefits still. They had some issues, and as these trucks are more and more efficient, we have more events of firing of the injectors, higher pressures, more heat, and the diesel, breaks down essentially at some point, and creates these deposits within the injector system and the entire fuel system. So by doing a flush like we're looking at doing, it cleans that out and fixes a lot of trouble codes and all that stuff, and brings back a lot of performance that's lost to the inefficiencies of not having a clean fuel system.
Very good. Okay, so obviously a stick shift limiter. That's the oil side for I got you. So on the fuel side.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yep, and it can kind of be done two different ways. One is to actually unhook the fuel system and put it into the container and actually run a return line back out and actually run the engine on the flush. The other is to empty out your fuel filter or fuel filters and put the product in the fuel filter and run the system that way. Probably not quite as effective, but something a guy can do if he's sitting on the side of the road with an issue or at a truck stop, a lot easier than have to tee into the actual fuel system.
Right. So I got a chance to chat with some of your NTPA guys and some of the I guess the new on board the Pro Pooling League teaming up with Hot Shot Secret this season. Are you going to get a chance to get out and go to some of these events? I mean, you're wearing so many hats now. Has that been divvied out to somebody else like Matt or something? Or
well, Matt and Kyle will take the vast majority of it, but I will find my way out to quite a few of them, I believe, and that's really always a passion of mine to go out and be out with the end customer and the end user, and also the pullers and racers as well. We get a lot of feedback from those guys and gals, and that helps us develop better products and understand what's going on in the marketplace. That's kind of where that fuel flush actually came from. We found out there was an issue with some the pack car engines, and started talking to people and figured out, oh yes, there's a way to fix this, and we can do it, and do it, we believe, better than anyone else can. So
right.
That's why we test these things, and we've been doing this for about a year on and off, but we're really happy now with the final formula and how we're going to go about doing it. So it's at the finish line finally.
It's kind of interesting. I guess we got the whole team on board. Kyle just chimed in from the YouTube feed. He says, "Hey, Steve, great seeing everybody at the Mid-America Truck Show again this year. We set a new record for free samples as well as sales this year. We appreciate all the support from the Steve Summers Overnight Drive listeners. Drive safe out there." Everybody, the gang's all here, Josh.
I know, crazy. That's what it takes, us being out in the middle of nowhere doing our thing and coming back home. That's how we get involved in the show. And, I always like the opportunity to at least chime in real quick and say hi, at least when I'm on the road like this.
So how much further you got to go? You got a long drive or just a few minutes?
I'm down to 34 minutes on the clock.
There you go. All right. So home sweet home. How's the little one doing?
Yes, home. He's doing good. He actually turns 3 in a couple days.
Wow. Okay. I can't believe how fast the time goes. 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Josh Schaefer travels back to the home 20. Thank you for the update there, and we'll keep everybody filled in on the latest and greatest from Hot Shot Secrets.
All right. Appreciate it, Steve, and all your listeners.
All right, Josh, on the way back to the home 20 there. All right, we did say hello to the boss man, right? Okay, morning, Steve, and the overnight drive from Uncle Chops on board this morning. Hello to Brian, checking in from Steubenville, Ohio. Jacob just joined us here. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Let me give you the breakdown on this fire hose effect they're talking about, producing repeated thunderstorms, torrential rains over the middle of the country from Wednesday till all the way up into the weekend. Literally more than a foot of rain expected from portions of Arkansas to Kentucky and Ohio, likely triggering rapid, major, and historic flooding According to AccuWeather, more than 46 million people will be affected by rounds of intense rain over the central U.S. In the heart of that, at least 13 million people are in a zone with a high to extreme risk of flooding. Starting today, the downpours that are normally west to east or northwest to southeast are going to be blocked by this building zone of high pressure over the southeast. This is going to cause a conveyor belt of moisture to form from Wednesday to Saturday night. Many hours of heavy rain over multiple days from the Ozarks in Arkansas to the middle portion of the Mississippi Valley to much of the Ohio Valley. Yeah, we typically talk about atmospheric rivers setting up in California, the West Coast. That's going to be the atmospheric river right over the heart of the country. And this is going to be moisture that is tropical in nature, originating from the Caribbean. Tropical moisture actually raises the risk of excessive rainfall. Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee expected to face flash flooding from Wednesday to Saturday. For those that are not familiar with an atmospheric river, it's going to behave like a tropical storm moving slowly across the area. Within multiple rounds, forecast in 4 to 5 days of time, it may be more like 3 or 4 tropical storms passing over the same region, with each unloading copious amounts of moisture. There is the potential, I've never heard of this, the potential for up to 4 months of rain to fall in 5 days' time along portions of a 1,000-mile-long swath. Obviously, smaller streams, drainage systems will not be able to handle this surge. In extreme cases, rainfall may come down up to a few inches per hour at times. So we're going to be talking rapid flash flooding. Should all this rain come together that they anticipate over the middle of the nation, we could be talking something along the lines of a once in a 500 to possibly a once in 1,000 year flood. Truly, the potential is there for historic flash flooding. So folks living along or traveling on roads near small streams in hilly terrain should be especially vigilant for rapidly rising water that can sweep away vehicles and homes at the same time. I'm kind of hearkening back to, we had what it was, Hurricane Helene, which was down to a tropical storm by the time it was moving over eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina back in September. We're talking some of the rainfall numbers akin to what they saw with that. And we know the devastation that unfolded. The number of bridges and roads washed out with that flooding. I kind of shudder to think of some of what we might see with the flooding coming over the next several days. Major rivers in the coming days will then see significant water level rises, including the Ohio, the Wabash, the St. Francis, the Kentucky, Tennessee rivers. Later down the line, this is all going to have to empty into the lower portion of the Mississippi River. All right, until this event is underway, they say the forecast models for the river gauges may not be accurate. We've got to get the rainfall underway, but they'll be based on the radar information, upping all these river levels over the coming days and weeks. I do believe, is that Hillbilly on board? It's been a long time, no talk. Maybe not Hillbilly. Who we got on the line? All right, maybe he had to disappear. Hey, what day is it? Hey, Mike.
Hey, yeah, you didn't like me trying to sneak that in the last 5 minutes there.
I got that. Yeah, he sends me an email at like 11:57 p.m. saying, a new company policy change, I won't be able to call into the program anymore.
So, anyway, Well, I'm here. So. Unlike last night.
So did they not have any work last night, or was it just all the heavy rains? They didn't want you out there. What happened last night?
No, it was no work. We're slowed right down. Everything's caught up. So yeah, the warm weather has pretty much arrived, and the propane season has come to an end.
Oh, okay.
So we're just doing just basic top offs all the time now for the summertime. So that ended up that way, and then the wife there, she had a checkup there, so she had to get a follow-up X-ray from an incident that she'd had earlier in the year. So things are healing up nice and progressing, and we're all in good shape, and she's turned loose to do pretty much everything, and just has to follow up with some physical therapy to make sure everything stays working the way it's supposed to. But yeah, so we're all in good shape there. But I guess we're supposed to start the day out officially, since we're back from the truck show, and hey, Mike, what day is it? What? Hey, I heard Pappy. What's this deal? I hear Pappy's going to be on daytimes now. What's going on with that?
Yeah, right. He got me.
All right.
April Fools.
Right, so, there you go. So speaking of hump day here, so while we were down there in Louisville, Kentucky, I got talking to this guy, and I don't know, I guess I got to credit him with his name. His name is Dane Cook there, and he was with the service down there. But we got talking to him there when we were eating just after we got done eating the chicken wings, and everybody was out trying to get in line to do the bourbon tasting and all that. And so he's from Australia, the land down under there where Sylvester's from.
Yeah.
So he gets talking to me, and we get talking about the road trains and everything, and weights and what we're hauling. And back in the good old days when you could put a load of steel on a truck and steel mill and go out and park it and go back and get a second load of steel and bring up and put the second load of steel on top of the first load of steel and cut through where the cow pastures and stuff are to get around the DOT, because there's only like one road in these places to get back and forth. So the DOT just sets up, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel, because you got to go by them, unless of course you drive through a cow pasture or something. So I knew a guy that had done stuff like that, and so anyways, we were chit-chatting about that, and we got talking about the trucks and how they run. And you got the big road train trucks and that they put those big, like some of our guys have here for the deer. They put the bull bars or cattle bars on them. And do there's a reason for them that you're not going to realize what they're for? Now, what do you think they put them on the front of the trucks for, going across the bushland out there and the outback? What do you think they put them big bars on the front of those trucks for?
So they don't hit them damn big red kangaroos, big reds.
Well, that's part of it. And from what this guy was telling me there, it's not uncommon for them to hit a half dozen of them there going out and back there on their runs.
Really?
Which, you think about that's a lot of kangaroos. You think your trucks are out there. If they hit a half dozen, if they all hit a half dozen, that's a lot of that's a lot of kangaroos. But that is not the main purpose of them being on the front of the truck. Get a load of this, Your Honor. Did you know they have wild camels in Australia?
I did not. Wild camels? Really?
They have wild camels in Australia. Now, everybody's got to sit down and just listen to this for a second. Now, you know how we have all the wild horses in this country that, horses aren't native to North America. The Spanish brought them over, and with what happened was way back in the day in the 16, 17, 1800s, the horses got turned loose, and that's how we got the Mustang population that's, roams the western part of our country, and we got the ponies here at Assateague and Chincoteague and all that. So anyways, back in the day, I forget who he said did it, but they brought camels to Australia to transport goods across the outback. Because if you know anything about the outback, which I know very little, other than Crocodile Dundee goes out and does walkabout, but it's very barren out there. There's lacking of water. So they had to have an animal that could go major distances without having to stop to get a drink of water every 100 feet, looking for an oasis. So they had all these camels there that they were using in the 1800s and even into the early 1900s until motorized transportation came along. And, well, when motorized transportation came along and everybody switched from camels to trucks, guess what they did with the camels, Your Honor? Well, they just cut them loose. So now there's a wild camel population in the outback.
And according to what I'm seeing here, a quick Google search, their population is exploding.
And from what he was saying, if you can imagine hitting a moose, a camel is worse.
Wow.
So you're hauling, I don't know how many thousands of pounds you're hauling, in them big road trains, 1,000 horsepower trucks running, I forget, I think, 90 or 100 kilometers an hour or something like that. So that makes it about 60 miles an hour. And you come up and you hit a 1,500 or 2,000 pound camel because you ain't stopping for them and you're not swerving. Yeah. You want one hump or two, Your Honor.
That's fascinating. I did not realize that.
I did not know it. I did not know it myself until last Thursday night. But what an interesting person to talk to. Guy's name is Dane Cook. You look him up on Facebook. I'll let the company slide. But he's and if anybody wants to see truck show pictures, he did a lot of videoing outside where all the the PKY truck show thing,
right.
the show and shine. He's got videos probably of every truck out there. And actually, I sent you a link to one of them. There, it's a white and black cab over Freightliner, and I got talking to him. He's from Wisconsin, and actually, the Hot Shot guys were actually doing an interview with him. They were videoing him and did an interview, so hopefully they got his name and everything. But at the end of the interview, I'm standing there watching, and he says, "Yeah, I'm a big listener of Steve Summers."
How about that?
Huh. Picked up my interest a little bit more. So when the Hot Shot guys got done, I went over and chit-chatted with them a little bit, and I had a pocket full of Steve Summers overnight drive cards, and I reached in my pocket and pulled out that handful of cards and handed them to him and said, when you get back to Wisconsin, you can make sure you can tell all your friends and buddies to flip the card over and scan the QR code on the back and get the app, and everybody else can listen too.
Very good. Yeah, I know. You said you said in the emails an SSOD listener, and I wasn't sure if so, but yeah, and the presentation. It was all about the presentation of his truck in the show and shine.
Absolutely. So as I say, somewhere or another there, the Hot Shot guys, the video guys were out there and got him and did a little interview with him. So hopefully maybe we can get him. And heck, he says he doesn't call. He says he listens all the time. So, well, you got to be listening now. You talk to Horse Feathers out in the parking lot. Call in, get you $60 worth of free product.
There's your 99% of the listeners. They're out there, but I just listen. I'm too shy to call. I can't tell you how many times I heard that over the weekend.
Yep. I know. I try to help out all the time, and we get the same answer. But he said, I don't know. Maybe we can tease him. We got to get some more of them people up there. But he hauls cheese. He knows who he is. He can call in because he says he uses the product. I'm like, well, what better way to get more product for free? Just call. Just say hi. Say you met Horse Feathers.
Yeah, right.
Say you wish you hadn't met Horse Feathers. I don't know. Whatever works. But anyways. All right, Your Honor, with that, don't forget, watch out for them camels down there, Sylvester.
I'll do my due diligence. Yeah, according to this, it says there are now over 1 million feral camels in Australia. And that population may double in size every 9 years. Feral camels found across central Australia and in the Victoria River District regions. Introduced in the 19th century for transportation and labor in remote areas. Over time, they became feral and multiplied significantly, leading to their classification as an invasive species due to their impact on the environment, damage to vegetation, and water sources. I guess out there in those remote areas where you don't have a lot of water, how much water can 1 million camels consume? I'm thinking it's probably a lot. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Bailos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademark Mayhem logo. He He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we'll kick off hour number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Working our way to the second day of April. I guess breaking news this early Wednesday. The passing of a Hollywood icon, Val Kilmer, a force and some of Hollywood's most memorable films in the 80s. Yeah, passing away this early Tuesday, according to the New York Times, at 65 years old. Kilmer, yes, starring in some of the big move, Top Gun, Oliver Stone's The Doors, Michael Mann's Heat, Batman Forever, of course. According to his daughter, Kilmer died of pneumonia. He was actually diagnosed with throat cancer over a decade ago, which that was in remission. But again, New York Times breaking that this early Wednesday morning. Wow. It's 844-844-3388. Well, it was not an April Fool's joke. Mother Nature's April Fool's joke in the form of a serious snowstorm out west. As we started the new week out, snowfall in the Truckee, California area caused a series of semi-truck jackknife spin-outs. Yeah, road was temporarily closed. The snow continued on into this past day, Tuesday. That's the storm that's going to reach all the way to the Great Lakes by Thursday. Reno, Nevada was under a winter storm warning until late Monday evening. Telluride, Colorado had picked up about 3 inches of snowfall since Monday night. As of just before 1 o'clock this past afternoon, they did have R2 chain restrictions in effect on I-80. Eastbound from Alta to the Nevada state line, I-80 westbound from the Nevada state line to Colfax. Looks like traffic was being held on I-80 eastbound at Alta due to multiple spinouts on Donner Summit, Donner Pass, the notorious. Not an April Fool's joke. Morning, Double R.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, brother?
Doing well. I think I've recuperated from the big show. I was a little bit achy from all that walking and working. And how about you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm about the same there. I'm still a little sore, a little bit, but that's just in my legs. But we're on our way back. I guess we're going to be hitting some hard storms coming back. Running across 10 toward Houston and then up 59 to Texarkana and then on over to Nashville. I guess we'll probably be in some bad rain on the way, I'm sure, but I hope not. I ain't got much weight on here. I've noticed when's this tariff stuff supposed to be going into effect? Wasn't it the 1st of April?
Today is the day, Wednesday. Today is Liberation Day, according to President Trump.
Okay, I
and he lost signal. He just disappeared, boom, just like that. Maybe he'll dial us back up. All right, since he brought that up, first let me throw your way Justin. I mentioned if I see tornado warnings, I'll try to keep you up to speed on that. Justin, for I guess this is central Kansas, McPherson County, Ellsworth County, Saline County. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado about 9 miles northwest of Marquette. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So they see the radar indicated rotation, so possibly a tornado, ping pong ball size hail associated with this. Possibly impacting I-135, Interstate 135 between the 77 and 79 mile markers, Interstate 70 near mile marker 243. It does say that this particular storm is supposed to say mainly over rural areas. But again, that's action-packed night here. Liberation Day. President Trump has been keeping everyone guessing regarding the extent of the tariffs that will be unveiled today, Wednesday. The message from the White House, though, is consistent. If you do business in the United States, you won't need to pay anything. Trump has referred to today as Liberation Day because we will no longer be taken advantage of through unfair trade imbalances with other countries. He has scheduled a Make America Wealthy Again news conference for 4 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon in the Rose Garden at the White House. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt says, I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker. You will see, and you will all find out in about 24 hours. Of course, she was speaking this past afternoon. A tariff will be attached on these foreign nations, these foreign companies, and if they want to be absolved of that tariff, then they come here to the United States to do business, bring their jobs here. Some of the options the administration's been debating in recent weeks, including a 20% flat tariff rate on all imports, which officials said would raise more than $6 trillion in revenue. Reciprocal tariffs on barriers countries impose on U.S. products. Countries that strike deals with the U.S. will not be hit with tariffs. And then a middle ground approach that could include targeting a swath of countries with maybe lower duties while singling out a subset for higher rates, which could be individualized or imposed as a group. According to the Wall Street Journal, the administration previously considered plans for 3 tiers of tariffs, low, medium, and high, before abandoning that plan in favor of individualized rates. The National Economic Council director said over the weekend that there are 15 countries that we have massive trade deficits with, but Trump will ultimately decide how many countries will be subject to the new tariffs on Wednesday. Multiple nations run large annual trade surpluses with the U.S., including Germany, Ireland, and Italy, as well as Vietnam, Japan, Taiwan. What you're going to see over the next couple of days will be very inspiring to a lot of people. According to Trump, a lot of auto plants being built in a certain country. I don't want to mention the country because we get along great with the country, but those plants aren't being built there anymore. They gave them up yesterday and the day before. They're building them all now in the United States. Now, when he mentioned if you make a deal, I guess that's what Israel opted to do this past day. Israel announcing Tuesday that they will end all tariffs or custom duties on U.S. imports, one day before the president set to announce his reciprocal tariffs. A joint statement from the Prime Minister's office, the Finance Ministry, and the Economy and Industry Ministry said at the directive of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Finance Minister, and Israel has canceled all custom duties that have been levied until now on products from the United States, Israel's largest trading partner. After the approval of the Knesset Finance Committee and the Economy and Industry Minister's signature on the order, the amendment to the order regarding trade levies and protective measures will take effect. Customs duties on all imports from the United States will be canceled. Now, see, the U.S., Israel's closest ally and most significant trading partner, last year, the export of goods to the U.S. stood at $17.3 billion, while the export of services was estimated at $16.7 billion. So, strike a deal, I guess. That's what he's trying to convince other countries to do. All right, welcome back, Double R.
Hey, I'm sorry about that. I hate cell phones. They're rude as hell.
Right.
But anyhow, it got warm down there in Laredo today, 94 degrees.
Wow.
And, yeah, high humidity. It was warm. Wind's blowing real good now, so I don't, that's why I was asking you about the the storms.
Yeah.
And, well, I finally got it done, Steve. I got my Medicare and Medicaid and all that crap. I got it done without getting penalized, and I got it done today, and today's a big day for me. Turned 65 today.
Well, happy birthday. You didn't say nothing about your birthday coming up this week.
Well, I ain't supposed to. I know somebody else that don't say nothing about their birthday. So, but it's all good. Just another day. We got to work.
Right.
But anyhow, I just wanted to call in and tell you about how my day went. And I was thinking today was the day on that tariff. I was just, really concerned about that. Oh, and then Horse Feathers was talking about them camels. Over in Iraq, when we were over there, and we did, when we left the FOB, we always went to a holding area to go hot, and it's a little pull off, and you pull in and you load up and you go hot, and you'll be shooting a 50 cal and a damn camel walk out in front of your the range area, and you end up
blasting him,
nailing a damn camel. Yeah, knock him on his ass, and next thing you know, you're having to pay $1,500 for a dead camel. So yeah, I was just wondering if they do that over in Australia. A camel, you got to pay for it.
I don't. No, they're designated as an invasive species there, so I guess they want you to hit as many as you can.
Oh wow, man! I think it'd be bad enough hitting a damn
kangaroo.
A kangaroo,
right?
Yeah. So okay, well, all right, bud. Oh, I'm coming out of Laredo today. This pickup truck. People down there are so damn rude. Everybody, it's just a fast pace. Got to go, 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 And I'm trying to get over in the right lane to get out of these truck drivers' ways, And this white pickup truck flips his lights, and I go over, and I give him the thank you lights back, No sooner than I did that, Steve, these damn brakes locked up, and that white truck behind me like to hit me.
Wow.
I get up to the Border Patrol inspection, and this guy in this white truck gets out, and it's a Border Patrol. He said, "What'd you brake check me for?" I said, "I had nothing to do with it. I'm very sorry. My system is messed up on it." And about that time, the lights blinked on the dash. I said, "See, there it goes again." And anyhow, I told him, I said, "Dude, I am so sorry." But yeah, I wish they'd get this fixed. Somebody's going to get killed, and it's going to end up ruining my driving career. But they're supposed to look at it when I get back into Nashville later this afternoon.
So when it slammed on the brakes, was there anything out there? Was there anything in front of you?
No, there was nothing at all.
Wow.
And right before I called the show, I was talking with, Are You With Me? You know who that is.
Big Ed?
Anyhow, him and I were talking, and he sounded good, and he was giving me some pointers on this radar system, and he was asking me about Dean Michaels, and so I sent him some information on Dean, and but yeah, absolutely. But
so let me ask you this question: when that, do you have to have the cruise control on when this thing does that, or can it do it at any time?
No, it just does it at any given time.
Okay.
It's crazy, and yeah, I could leave a dock. This is, push my air buttons in and start to pull out from the dock, and the damn thing will slam on its brakes. Boom. It's like, what in the hell? You know, it's very aggravating, but they're going to end up fixing it, or I'm just going to crawl out of this truck.
Just disable the darn
I'm not
thing.
gonna
I'm
mess
thinking,
with
I mean, if it's going to be, you know,
well, you know, and I would have, if I could have got up there, if I knew that FMCSA was up there having that little ordeal up there at the truck show, I would have went over there and put my 2 cents in on it. Probably wouldn't have done no good, but, you know, I'd have said something about it anyhow, you know, but it's aggravating. It's very aggravating, and not so much for me, but I'm sure there's hundreds of other drivers that are probably thinking the same thing. I've seen quite a few Steve Summer overnight drive stickers today on trailers down in Laredo today, too, by the way. So you're getting out there.
That's good to hear. All right.
Yeah. So I'm going to leave you alone, my friend. We're listening, and you have a beautiful night, my friend, and tell Sis hi.
Will do.
We'll
All
let
right.
you go.
Thanks for checking in. That's crazy. So, speaking of the little listening session the FMCSA held there at the Mid-America Truck Show, they didn't really share anything concrete. The FMCSA failed to provide concrete answers about possible regulation changes during that listening section. Citing a new administration, a new Secretary of Transportation, and a newly nominated administrator to the agency. What was being described as a fireside chat there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. Jesse Ellison, the chief counsel for the FMCSA, discussed some of the administration's emphasis areas, including enforcement of regulations with an emphasis on due process. Ellison said the agency intends to have a renewed focus on fair, transparent, and evidence-based enforcement, adding that the newly appointed Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has an interest in the FMCSA. Now, while he spoke extensively about how the agency intends to approach the enforcement of regulations, he failed to elaborate on any specifics, citing on several instances the need to receive direction from Sean Duffy, as well as the recently nominated FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars. He did offer that the FMCSA will look to build in efficiencies when it comes to enforcement, with a continued focus on safety. Now, he was similarly vague when discussing how President Trump hopes to address what Ellison called overregulation in the trucking industry. Ellison said the agency and the federal government as a whole is definitely entering a deregulated environment. Again, failed to provide any substantial examples of how or what they plan to do to deregulate the industry. Now, this is something I was not aware of. He pointed out when it comes to being able to give specific examples of regulatory changes, President Trump, more so than he did in his first administration, I'm trying to recall. Remember what he implemented? If you're going to implement a new regulation, you're going to eliminate 2 existing regulations. That's what he did in that first term. Apparently, right now he has in place what is called a 10-to-1 deregulation initiative, which requires any federal agency looking to add a new rule, regulation, or guidance to identify at least 10 existing rules, regulations, or guidance documents to be repealed. Another topic discussed during the listening section was how the agency intends to combat fraud in the industry, something Ellison said was surreal to think about how prevalent it is. He acknowledged that the increase in fraud, he said the issue was a criminal concern and the resources needed to combat are extensive. Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA, said Ellison asked him what actions the FMCSA take once the agency has identified a bad actor that's been given operating authority here in the U.S. Ellison assured Spencer and the audience that the FMCSA can and do cancel the authorities of bad actors once there's sufficient evidence to do so. Adding that there have been some wins recently when it comes to combating fraud, citing the recent sentencing of a New York trucking company owner who used the chameleon carriers to mask the unfavorable safety rating. We touched on that last evening. The orange transportation there out of New York, or out of Rochester. Now, the whole session was largely uneventful, they say, until the issue of enforcing the English proficiency regulations was brought up. The introduction of the idea triggered a noticeable uproar in the audience. Despite the obvious interest in the topic from the audience, Ellison said the agency was waiting for direction from Duffy and Bars. He added it was a live issue, something the agency is considering, but said the enforcement of those regulations fall under the umbrella of the CVSA, which is true. OOIDA recently called on the CVSA to enforce the English proficiency regulations by reinstating the out-of-service orders for drivers who are found to be in violation. See where that goes, but all right, that was the pretty much uneventful FMCSA listening session there in Louisville. Get a quick time out and back to your thoughts and comments ahead. Rolling into a Wednesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Doc's Diesel's your one.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
By the way, we did have some new honorees announced during the Mid-America Truck Show. This year's Citizen Driver winners, announced by Travel Centers of America. They're in Louisville. One of the OIDA Life members, Jay Hosty, who previously served on the association's board of directors. One of the honorees, along with Craig Daniels and Daryl Tolley. Daniels of Columbus, Georgia, a U.S. Army veteran, drives for Crete Carriers. He actually drives one of Crete's, what they call their Patriot Fleet, Veterans Support Truckers, one of the trucks. Tolley of Cynthiana, Kentucky, has compiled more than 3.6 million safe miles during his career as a driver. Last year, he was selected as the CVSA's International Driver Excellence Award winner. And then you've got Jay Hosty of Diamond Head, Mississippi. Started his trucking career in 1980 in Louisiana. Joined OIDA in 1989 to be part of the organization, working on behalf of the owner-operators like him. So congratulations to each grand prize winner receiving a $5,000 cash prize, along with a $2,500 donation to the charity of their choice. A plaque recognizing each winner to be displayed at a TA Express, or Petro stopping center of their choosing. Each location will be hosting a dedication ceremony in the coming months. There you go. Congratulations to our new Citizen Driver honorees. All right, see what's going on with Eagle this Wednesday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, Steve, before I get to Donald Trump and these, what might happen tomorrow, world today with these tariffs. I want to talk about a guy that's been in the news lately a lot, and I've never said anything about the guy on your show, but I'm about fed up with the guy. I got a real, as being a former athlete, Steve, myself, I played sports in high school and in college, and I take offense to people that never played the game, never played football or basketball or baseball, insulting other players. And mainly, and I think it's mainly due out of jealousy. And then he took it a step further when he got personal with this guy. Now, I don't like LeBron James. I've never liked LeBron James. I don't like what he stands for. You know, he's a good basketball player, but I don't like the personality and some other things about the guy, the race baiting and other things that he does. But I want to talk about Stephen A. Smith, Steve, because, see, I about had fed up with him, and a lot of other people are fed up with this guy. Okay, now, this guy here is a sports commentator, never played basketball, never played baseball, football, but yet you see this guy on television every day insulting players, and talking about this guy is no good. He's not worth the money that he's making. He's not worth this, he's not worth that. This is coming from a guy who never played the game, but he figures he knows everything. But, okay, so he took it a step further. LeBron James has a son named Bronny who plays basketball, and he's definitely not as good as his dad, and he probably never will be as good as his dad. But LeBron James brought him on to his basketball organization, the Los Angeles Lakers, so he could go down in history as being the only father and son playing on the same basketball team. But it was obvious that Bronny James shouldn't have been in the NBA to begin with. Bronny James is not a good player. He needs more practice to perfect his game. But he's young, only 19, 20 years old. But see, here's the problem, Steve. Stephen A. Smith insulted the guy, Bronny James, LeBron James' son, by saying that the guy was garbage and that he was trash and he was only living off his father's name, and that if his father wasn't a superstar basketball player, he wouldn't have never got in the NBA. Now, that might be true, but that's not Stephen A. That's not what they pay Stephen A. Smith to talk about. They pay him to talk about the game, to talk about the score, to talk about who's playing good and who's not playing good, not to get personal on the situation. But then he took it even further, Steve. He took it even further last week, Stephen A. Smith, when LeBron James confronted this loser face-to-face when he came out to Los Angeles at a L.A. basketball game. LeBron James walked up to him and told him to stay the hell out of his son's business and not to insult his son again. Okay, and Stephen A. Smith wasn't man enough to say nothing to LeBron James. It shows that he's nothing but a coward. So he wasn't man enough to say nothing when LeBron James confronted him. But guess what? He went back to ESPN where he works at, and then he talked all kind of trash and raised all kind of hell behind the camera when he could have done it while he was in L.A. He had the nerve to say that if LeBron James he would have put his hands on him, they really would have had a bad situation if LeBron James would have put his hands on him when he was in L.A. Well, he had the opportunity to show what he could do, but he didn't do it, Stephen A. Smith. He showed his true colors when he got back to New York City. Now he's Mr. Big Tough Guy, talking how that he's not afraid of LeBron James and that he's not going to allow LeBron James to confront him. He had the perfect opportunity to tell LeBron James to his face he didn't do it. But the problem I have with the guy, Steve, is that he made it even more personal when he said that LeBron James did not attend Kobe Bryant's funeral, that LeBron James didn't respect him and Michael Jordan don't have a good relationship because, you know, LeBron calls himself the king and Michael Jordan is clearly the best basketball player I've ever seen. LeBron is maybe third or fourth. But Okay, so they have a problem there. But, Stephen, it's none of Stephen A's business if LeBron James went to Kobe Bryant's funeral, that he doesn't have a relationship with LeBron. Why does he have to make everything so personal? And then here's what really got me on the Stephen A. Steve, is now he's trying to branch off into politics. Now he's Mr. Politics. He gets paid by ESPN, last time I checked, to talk about sports, not about politics, not about Donald Trump and what's going on in the world. Now he's branching off into that and insulting people, thinking that he knows all the answers to that. And what he just received, I like to, maybe I'm in the wrong line of business, Steve. He just received a $100 million contract from ESPN to be a sports commentator. I don't think no sports commentator deserves that kind of money to flap his mouth, and especially when the guy never played the game. You know, I can understand a Charles Barkley or Shaquille O'Neal, somebody who actually played and has rings to show for what they. Stephen A. doesn't have no rings, nowhere to be found on his finger, but yet he has all the answers. So, like I said, all I can say to Stephen A. Smith is hopefully you claim that you're such a big tough guy. So hopefully when you meet up with LeBron James again, maybe you'll be man enough to say what you said on ESPN to his face. I highly doubt it, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, I've seen Stephen A. Smith a few times. I don't much care for the guy either, but when I'm watching like ESPN, mostly I'm just watching the game. I don't do the morning, after the fact discussion and listen to all that BS about the sports. But all right, good to hear from you, Eagle. Anyway, we had mentioned last week multiple law enforcement agencies had partnered for a commercial vehicle inspection and enforcement operation last month in the Lewisville, Texas area. Well, this past day, they had released the results from that commercial vehicle enforcement operation. And the numbers weren't good. 21 citations issued, 244 warnings, 39 level 1 inspections, 1 level 2, no level 3s, 43 out-of-service violations, 23 trucks placed out of service, 58% of trucks out of service. Now, they say for context, the overall vehicle out-of-service rate for the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance's International Road Check last year was 23%. Yeah, this is not an April Fool's joke, they said. These numbers highlight just how many dangerous vehicles were found during a single day of enforcement. These inspections are critical to ensure unsafe commercial vehicles are removed from the road, protecting everyone who shares it. So I'm not real familiar with the location of Lewisville, but 58% of the trucks placed out of service. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here. Good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Well, good morning, Senor. Well, I guess no one can have an opinion on anything if they haven't been, I don't know, behind the wheel, behind the bat, behind the ball. Well, that's his opinion. So, I mean, if Stephen A. Smith's getting $100 million to do what he does, ESPN must think he's doing something special. Me, I could give a crap less one way or the other how that person thinks, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, update on Lady Heatwave. They did CAT scan on her, and they're still going over the results, but apparently the doctors in New Mexico, and I use that term loosely, doctors, think she's just there for pain medicine. Now, 2 years ago, she wasn't feeling all that great when we made the trek from New Mexico to Kentucky for the truck show. And, when she had to go in, those doctors and nurses there, they did not fool around. They got her in, they checked her vitals, they found out, hey, we got something seriously wrong here. And, yeah, it took 3 days, 4 days, but, they got her going again. There was no concern about, she's just here for the medications.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I am so damn sick of the way that the Democrats have really screwed up New Mexico by implementing these rules and regulations that have forced the good doctors out. And what we have left are, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. She's never, ever abused her medications. There is no history of her abusing her medications. But yet, as soon as she gets in, you just want more meds. And I am just about had it. And I've already gone to one of her doctor's offices here about 6 years ago. And I walked in there and I says, I want to see a doctor and I want to see him now. And the nurse was asking me if there was something she could do for me. I says, yeah, I need to talk to a doctor. Well, can I do anything for you? Yeah, go get me a doctor. And she just continued to ask, well, what can I do? It's like, don't you understand the English language, woman?
Mm-hmm.
Get me a bleeping doctor. And if one finally did, and of course she's up there huffing and puffing, you can't talk to me that way. Well, you know what? When you act like an idiot and you don't get it, I guess you're going to have to get yelled at. And some folks may say, well, Heatwave, that's not the way we have to do you sometimes. Just yell at you. But, I got a doctor to actually do a house call, and he says, you know what, you're right, she is in serious pain. Well, Sherlock, that's what I've been trying to tell you people. And that was 6 years ago. I really can't go back to that healthcare facility because I had a restraining order shortly put against me. But, I didn't go there. I didn't care. All I cared was the care that Lady Heatwave was getting. And now it looks like whenever they do finally get this trailer loaded, I'm going to have to go up to the hospital and start talking to the bigwigs up there and just ask them what in the hell kind of damn idiot fool doctors, again, loosely, what are they doing? You know, are they just stuck on this thing that everyone just wants medicine, and, you know, they'd be doing a lot better on the golf course if it wasn't for all these damn patients they have around here to take care of? You know, granted, there are people that go and play like they're hurting, and they're begging for the medication if they're not, you know, outright demanding it. You know, those people have a record. My wife has been hurting for the last month, and she refused to go because she was afraid of the treatment, what she is exactly, you know, getting now. That kind of, you know, snide, oh, you're just here for the medication. I'm so sick of this. It shouldn't be this way, you know. First part of their creed is do no harm. You know, to make the patient better. Now, why in the hell ain't they going with that damn creed of theirs? It is just so damn disgusting and aggravating. I'm just. Ugh. So
either way, you're in Phoenix. You're trying to get back to Albuquerque, right?
Yeah, it's only a 470-mile drive. You know, I can get it done in 7.5 hours easily. But I mean, still, you know, it'd be an 8-hour day once I finally get going. Thank goodness it's a box and not 2 sets of doubles, or, you know, set of, you know. But anyways, I'm just aggravated beyond belief.
I detect a bit of frustration there, Senior Heatwave.
Can you really? I tell you, I mean, I'm this far away. What can I do? You know, just plan for, you know, me getting into Albuquerque tomorrow and going to the doctor's office and the hospital and saying, kind of idiots you have running the show here. So, anyways, yeah, she's been hurting for the last month, and she hasn't eaten in about 3 weeks. And every time I come home, I'd say, hey, go to the doctor. And she was afraid that this was going to happen, and, well, it's happening. So, well, with that said,
give them an opportunity to take a look at the CAT scan, see what they come back with, and hopefully they'll be able to maybe get something done. All right, we're rolling toward top of the hour. News break just a matter of minutes away. North Carolina, we got an update this past day where the Department of Transportation said 90% of the roads that were damaged by Hurricane Helene have been at least partially reopened, but there is much work yet to be done. In order to minimize cost as well as time, the construction materials from the Pisgah National Forest will be available for the North Carolina DOT to use as recovery efforts continue. The FMC, the Federal Highway Administration, coordinating with the U.S. Forest Service to expedite this process and allow for immediate access to the national forest materials. According to the news release, lives were forever changed by this storm. According to the DOT Division 13 engineer, said staff from other divisions and our contract partners have completed a great deal of emergency repairs. We're not stopping at this point. Being able to utilize materials that are just a few miles from construction work will save hundreds of millions of dollars, according to the DOT. They had initially requested access to multiple material sites by May the 9th for repairs on Interstate 40, when Helene washed out 10 sections of eastbound lanes and shoulders along a 4-mile stretch there. Now, at this point, we're happy to have I-40 open and operated in a limited capacity. We also know that tons, literally thousands of tons of work remains to restore I-40 completely. All right, our employees, our contractors are up to the challenge. I guess I'm not sure understanding what do you have in the forest there? I guess is it dirt and whatnot that they're going to be able to move from point A to point B from right there close by in North Carolina versus having to bring it in from somewhere else. All right, quick moment here. The U.S. announcing we are increasing the number of aircraft carriers deployed in the Middle East to 2, keeping one that's already theirs, now sending another from the Indo-Pacific, according to the Pentagon this past day. That announcement as U.S. forces continue to hammer the Houthi rebels with nearly daily airstrikes in a campaign aimed at ending that threat they pose to civilian shipping and military vessels in the region. The Carl Vinson will join the Harry S. Truman in the Middle East to continue promoting regional stability and protect the free flow of commerce. Now, the U.S. and its partners are committed to regional security. They pretty much came out and said, you stop attacking vessels and us, and we'll stop attacking you. But apparently they're not getting the message. And right now, they are inflicting real pain on Yemen's Houthis day after day. We'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Biolos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademarked Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
right, another hour underway as we work our way into a Wednesday. From time zone to time zone. Now, looking at the latest via the national radar scene, our shower, thunderstorm activity really beginning to expand. Some of those stronger storms now just to the south of Des Moines, stretching on down into south central Kansas. And along that line, you had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. And we continue to see occasional tornado warnings. The current active tornado warning is Reno County. They're in south central Kansas. And most of these tornadic cells have large hail as well. In this case, quarter-size hail. So, heads up. We were talking with Philip yesterday morning about the historic SpaceX launch of the first ever human space flight to circle the Earth over the poles. This private mission, the Fram-2 mission, lifting off atop a Falcon 9 rocket from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on the 31st. A little before 10 o'clock in the evening, sending the Crew Dragon capsule Resilience into a polar orbit with a quartet of spaceflight rookies on board. A short 2.5 minutes after liftoff, the Falcon 9's first stage booster shutting down the 9 Merlin engines, stage separation from the rest of the rocket, the deceleration burn to put itself in a trajectory to land on the Gravitas drone ship in the Atlantic. That happened about 5.5 minutes later. That second stage continued into low Earth orbit, releasing the Resilience to fly on its own about 10 minutes after liftoff. Now the crew spends the next 3 to 5 days circling above the planet's most remote locations to see the poles like no other human ever has. A pretty big deal. According to the report, the Mission Control said, enjoy the views of the poles. Send us some pictures. Our hearts and minds will fly with you as you go over the poles. Have a great flight. Fram-2, named after the late 19th century Norwegian seafaring ship that was named Fram. That ship explored the Arctic and Antarctic regions at the turn of the 20th century. Fram is Norwegian for forward or onward. And as we mentioned last evening, they're doing numerous tests as they orbit the Earth over the poles. An unusual trajectory there. Hey, Philip, good morning. Welcome back.
Morning. How you doing, buddy? Kind of what I said yesterday, wasn't it?
It was.
That's a pretty neat deal. I can't picture going from the North Pole to the South Pole. That's what they're going to do. They're going to go from the North Pole to the South Pole and keep going around. And it's a really hard place to get a capsule into. So hopefully they can get it right. They're going to be running 90 degrees. So straight up. So, hey, Steve, I don't know what's going on with I-4, but the last couple of days, we've had accidents in the same spot on I-4. And we've had traffic that builds up in this one area on I-4. And it was kind of, well, I just sat back and enjoyed the ride yesterday because there was nothing I could do. But an hour trip took me 3.5 hours yesterday to go home. And what was funny about it was 45 minutes from when I left Disney to this one place, which the 45 minutes took me through downtown Orlando to the north side of, basically the north side, upper north side, past Altamont Springs and Lake Mary and that whatnot. I got almost to Sanford. But from there on, everything was that one little spot would take me about 20 minutes to go through it. Yeah, it was like over 2 hours, you know. And I don't know, Steve, what do you think people are doing these days with their driving habits and whatnot? You think it's getting crazy out here?
Probably just going too darn fast. Everybody's in a hurry.
I've seen people doing more crazier things yesterday than I drove 25 years, and I've seen a lot of things. I've seen some major accidents. I've seen a lot of things in my 25 years of driving. And I was just sitting there scratching my head like, why are these people doing this? I mean, you had people with Teslas and big fancy BMWs getting on the shoulder, riding the shoulder. You had people in four-wheel drive trucks going around these Teslas and these BMWs off the shoulder. There was people in expeditions and these big fancy Wagoneers going off the shoulder so far to the point where they're almost flipping their vehicles over. You had people doing lateral moves, turning their vehicles sideways across 2 lanes to get onto the shoulder. I mean, it took literally 4 Seminole County officers to run up and down the shoulder to keep people from getting on the shoulder, just to try to get ahead of somebody. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, wow. You know, I was just like, what the heck is this? What are these people thinking about? And I am just amazed that, you know, we have all these surveys and studies and all this stuff of all these roads and what people do and their driving habits and all this junk. But, you know, you've got one section of road. I've been coming up this road for a long time. I've been working at Disney for 14 years. I worked at Averett for almost 8 years. And I've been coming up this road, and I have never seen people drive like that before. That was it. I should have got some popcorn. That was a show in itself right there, wow. Just watching people's ignorance out here. You know, and I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining at all about it. I just called the wife, told her, hey, I'm going to be late. I guess I'll lose 2 or 3 hours of sleep because of it, but it is what it is. I mean, that's just I-4, but it was amazing to see how crazy people were, you know, when they get bottled up into a situation and what they do to get around somebody. Instead of just sitting back, and we try to get things right to where everything was merging correctly, and next thing you know, people be over on the shoulder, running the shoulder, you know, and it just bottle it all up even more and take more time, you know, and it was just funny, you know, but hopefully SpaceX gets a few of them Starships going. I know they still got one they're working on right now, so, and things are getting a lot better. So that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thanks for everybody having me.
Hey, hopefully no delays headed home today, right? That's the plan. All right, I just came across a post. My son posted about an hour ago. What are we at, like 2:15 Eastern time? So he said, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, 45 degrees. Dude's cutting his grass. So one of his neighbors apparently cutting the grass. How do you cut the grass at 1 o'clock in the morning? That is a good question. He said, I'm feeling confused here. You think? I don't know. They are talking about what the rain's supposed to move in. Maybe he's thinking, I'm not going to get to cut the grass for the next 4 days. I'm going to get lots of rain. If it needs cut, got to do it now? I don't know. But yes, rain is supposed to move in later today. And so, you know, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, possibly even into Sunday, it's supposed to be rain, nonstop. Meanwhile, trucking regulators have ruled that there's not enough evidence to warrant an investigation into whether trailers without side underride guards should be recalled as unsafe. This has been another issue in the industry as far as the FMCSA thinking about mandating those side underride guards, right? The Institute for Safer Trucking petitioned the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration last year for an investigation of all dry van semi-trailers due to collisions with passenger vehicles as well as with pedestrians, bicyclists, or motorcyclists that result in significant injuries or death due to a lack of side underride guards. The safety group contends that while there currently is no applicable safety standard regarding these devices, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has the authority to recall vehicles or equipment that pose an unreasonable risk, even without a standard or regulation on the books. After considering the petition and the documentation submitted along with it, the Highway Traffic Safety Administration determined that the safety issues raised are better addressed within a separate side underride guard rulemaking that is currently under review. Accordingly, we have decided not to open a defect investigation. Petition is denied. That was published on Monday. The denial of this petition does not foreclose the agency from taking further action if warranted or making a future finding that a safety-related defect exists based on additional information that we may receive. An underride crash occurs when a truck trailer and a passenger vehicle collide, causing the passenger vehicle to slide under the body of the trailer. Now, obviously, because of the height difference between the two, the passenger vehicle is often crushed and its passengers injured or killed. Now, they upgraded the standards for rear underride guards back in 2022, but the safety groups, the truck advocates, are frustrated by a lack of action on the side underride guards. Now, in the advance notice of proposed rulemaking on side underride guards, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration determined it would cost up to $1.2 billion for the trucking industry if they had to put these side underride guards on all their vehicles and trailers. And that mandate outweighs the benefits of potential lives that could be saved. Of course, the safety advocates greatly disagree with that view, but it doesn't sound like they're moving forward with the side underride guards at this point in time as well. We'll return in two.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Plowboy, got you coming up here. Let me get to the Brain Dead first. Second time around. What's going on, Brain Dead?
I dropped my cell phone signal coming in. You know, I think Double R was rubbing off on me. So I think I may need to go up there and jiggle the handle a couple of times. But, no, we were talking about the old March Madness last night, and you forgot one of the games from last night to ask me about, and that was the Arkansas-Texas Tech game. And I will say this, that was one heck of a game. It was a lot better than what I was thinking. I mean, you can't if you're Arkansas, you can't really hang your head low. I mean, you lost by 2 points in overtime. Calipari's first year,
He started with one returning player and went to the Sweet 16. Can't say anything bad. They had that game several times. I mean, they lost by, I think, like 6. They had them down by 16 points, and they lost by 2. So, I mean, they had this one kid that was just throwing up 3 after 3 after 3, and it was just a constant brick. And I was screaming at the TV like you was on that one game, saying, just give them the 2, give them the 2, you know.
Right.
So, let's switch gears, no pun intended. Did you get the email I sent you about all the Darlington throwback schemes? Did you see all them?
Yes, I did, yes.
I tell you what, I showed them to Dingbat, and I told her, I said, pick the 3 favorite ones you like. Pick the 3. And I tell you this, though, I think they really nailed a bunch of them out of the park. Now, she likes that Howard Burton, the Harry Gant throwback car from 1995, the Brendan Poole, the Chromalusia 2001 Jeff Gordon car, the one that had all the little Looney Tunes characters. They did a really good job with that. And Ricky Rudd's Texaco throwback that Kyle Sieg in Xfinity is going to run. Oh, wait a minute. That's mine. Never mind. Dingbats is the Chase Elliott, the Ken Schrader 94 throwback, the William Byron 2015 Jeff Gordon throwback, and the Sammy Smith, the 2008 Three Doors Down TMC flatbed throwback. I don't know if you've seen those or not, but I got them backed up, messed up. I think she's rubbing off on me. But big news in the NASCAR world, Steve. I don't know if you saw this or not, but Steve Phelps is no longer president of NASCAR. Did you see this?
I did not, no.
He is now going to be the new commissioner of NASCAR. Now, I thought it was going to be the same thing as the president of NASCAR, but apparently Jim France sees that he's going to be better for the global expansion of the brand, the ISMC, the IMSA cars, and the ISC tracks. So Steve O'Donnell is going to be taking his place. Now, I don't understand why NASCAR is pushing for global brand recognition. I mean, you're thinking of the Formula One dreams with a charter lawsuit over your head of a charter that you didn't want. It kind of makes no sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, speaking of the charters, let me bring you up to speed with this, because I know you're about ready to bang your head against the wall, because I am too. The last week, the teams filed a countersuit for the last week, the teams filed a countersuit to have this case. NASCAR did, to have the case dismissed. The teams did say in the statement that is NASCAR's retaliatory counterclaim is an act of desperation and cannot withstand the motion, cannot withstand the motions. Pretty much, NASCAR is saying, hey, we want this lawsuit to go away, and we know our system, our charters is flawed, and we don't want to redo everything. And NASCAR and the teams are pretty much saying, well, yeah, but you're just desperate to get it behind you and get moving on instead of facing the real fact that your charter system is flawed. So now one thing real quick, and I didn't hit this last night. April 11th through the 13th is the 4Y Nationals in Las Vegas, Steve. One of the things I like to see. Clay Millican beat Tony Stewart in the finals. Jack Beckman beat Daniel Wickerson for John Force Racing's 300th win. And Greg Anderson beat Dallas Green for the Pro Stock win. And Doug Coletta won the Top Fuel call-out race, beating Brittany Force. But yeah, that's kind of great that John Force Racing wins 300 races. Can you believe that, Steve?
How about that? Yeah.
And John Force has 157 wins, if I remember. I remember seeing the figure right. So definitely a true legend. I mean, he ought to run like a drag racing school or something to get some of these younger kids to go through the school there. But But I'm going to ride south here, Steve. You have a good morning.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from you, Brain Dead. Yeah, well, there you go. Rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour. Let me see. Let's see. Some of the same areas of the upper Midwest. We talked about upstate New York, northern New England that were dealt some of winter's worst weather this past weekend. Will be hit once again with heavy snow and significant ice. Here in the middle of the week, portions of northern Michigan were actually encased with ice 1 to 2 inches thick in some cases. Meanwhile, Marquette, Michigan picked up nearly 20 inches of snow from the weekend storm. Several inches of snow fell over the northern tier of New York, parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. You had parts of central Minnesota. Wisconsin picked up several inches of snow and pockets of ice as well. An ice storm of this magnitude so late in March, extremely rare, even for the northern tier of the U.S., let alone a second storm that could bring yet another round of ice here just a few days later. But that is just what is unfolding over much of the same region. This time in the zone from much of northern Michigan to northern New England, the snow and icy mix portion of the storm will be much shorter than the past weekend, maybe lasting over only several hours. However, just enough ice may occur to again weigh down trees that the weekend storm may have damaged. You add in the breeze, and trees already under stress could suffer further damage. We could be talking more power outages. Portions of northern Michigan looked more like a war zone. Trees collapsing under the weight of the ice blocking roads over the past weekend. A significant amount of ice and snow will also fall in portions of central Ontario and southern Quebec, Canada, into Thursday night. While some snow will fall on northern portions of Michigan, New York, and New England, the heaviest snow with this setup is forecast to fall over the eastern portions of the Dakotas, northern Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin, and northern Ontario, a zone which will see 6 to 12 inches.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, get right back at it here. See what Plowboy has going on this morning. What's up, Plowboy?
Oh, good morning, Steve. Not too much. But, yeah, I see them thunderstorms you're talking about up here north of Kansas City, between there and Des Moines. And, yeah, they look like they could be pretty wild. I'm seeing lightning, but it kind of went on both sides of us up here in Kansas City, so it wasn't that bad here. So, just a little bit of light rain, and it's gone. It don't even look like it done anything now. But your story here a little bit ago makes sense. Really, it does. About Louisville, Texas.
Yes.
I think I got your answer. It's an easy answer. It's a Dallas suburb, and them trucks probably never see a stale house. They could just dart around Dallas, Fort Worth area, and like I said, they never cross a stale. So I imagine Pappy could probably tell you. He probably sees a lot of that junk out there. But, yeah, and you know which ones to pull over.
Mm-hmm.
You don't pull over out-of-state trucks. It's marked Dallas or it's marked Fort Worth or whatever, and it basically they have never seen anything that they didn't like to pull over. But I don't know. that is kind of phenomenal. I guess it can get busy doing something for a while. But that many, yeah, it's believable. Hey, Steve, I got a question. Have you heard anything, this was brought to my attention here a little while ago, about doing away with the medical card in 2025, around June, July?
I've heard no such thing.
Yeah, I haven't until here a little while ago, because mine's coming up. And I guess in 2026, they're going to redo everything. And I guess the doctor's going to be able to do a lot more. 20/40 vision corrected, and there's 2 or 3 different things. But, yeah. But I had a couple, 2 or 3. Hey, Steve, have you heard anything else, Sylvester, in the last 30 days?
Probably not in the last 30 days. It's been a few weeks since he's called, yeah.
Okay, the reason why I was asking, I don't know what the hell they classify this crap as over in Australia or the land down under. But I guess they had a hell of a cyclone, damn near sound like a Cat 4 or 5 hurricane to our terminology. And I just kind of curious if anybody heard or talked to them. Because, yeah. But no, you're talking about that ice storm? Oh, an ice storm at this time of year, they're dreadful up there, like in Michigan. What, inch and a half, you said, of ice they had?
I can't hardly imagine that, right, yeah.
I bet Steve, I don't know how to do it, but you probably go on there and see how many people are still showing out there, and what websites you could go to. How many people are still without electricity? I don't think they're allowed to have Waffle Houses up there, so you couldn't go off the Waffle House like we do in the South. Other than that, that's about all I got. So I'll call back in later on if I think something. But we appreciate you, sir. You have a good night, Steve.
Thanks for checking in, Plowboy. It's about 22 before the hour. Other industry headlines: bipartisan legislation that would provide restroom access to truck drivers has been introduced again in the House. In this day and age, why are we having to talk about things like this? You're a trucker. You're not allowed to use our restroom. Representative Troy Nehls of Texas, Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, reintroducing the Trucker Bathroom Access Act on Monday of this week, which is H.R. 2514, would require shipper and receiver facilities that already have a restroom for employees or customers to make it available to truck drivers when they're picking up or delivering freight. Representatives Brian Babin of Texas and Hillary Schulten of Michigan also signed on as original co-sponsors. But this is the legislation that would require retailers, warehouses, other businesses to give you access to bathroom facilities when you're picking up cargo or making deliveries. Now, it would not require these businesses to construct new restrooms. It would require the operators of ports and terminals to provide bathroom access to drayage drivers. This is obviously supported by the OOIDA, pretty much everyone. Who would not want to support that? Over 70% of the America's freight is exclusively carried by trucks, yet every single day, men and women truck drivers are forced to hold it because they're not allowed access to the restrooms when picking up or delivering freight. We thank the representatives for showing tremendous leadership on this issue. We look forward to working with them and our coalition partners to get this common sense legislation signed into law. Now, this was originally introduced in 2022. Representative Nehls is hopeful this time around it will reach the finish line. This is actually going to be third attempt, third time's a charm. That's what he said during a House subcommittee hearing last week. He also said he plans to file the bill as an amendment to the forthcoming highway bill. Truckers are this nation's backbone. They keep our country moving. They should have access to bathroom facilities while they're on the road. This is common sense. I am proud to join my colleague, Congresswoman Houlihan, in reintroducing this to ensure truck drivers have access to restrooms at work. Also supported by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, speaking in support of the act at the hearing. The Trucker Bathroom Access Act, championed by Representative Troy Nehls, is straightforward, bipartisan legislation, providing truckers the dignity and respect they deserve. Also supported by the Women in Trucking organization, as well as She Trucking. See what's going on with Buckwheat this morning. Hey, it was good to see you there at the show last week.
Yeah, Steve, it was nice to see you, and I appreciate what you did there for Ashton Mario Kart. You put him on the video screen and interviewed him. I wasn't sure how that was going to go, but I thought you handled it quite well. So anyhow, I thought it was a great show. I realized the Ashton there, he got sort of tired of walking around on Friday. He was basically almost falling asleep while I was standing up. And, and my wife was talking to a lady at church, and I guess we go again, it's going to cost me some more money, because she said the lady at church said when she goes, she likes to have a hot tub or a swimming pool at the motel, and it looks like I'm going to have to fork out a little extra coin to keep the wife happy there.
Right.
But anyhow, that was a good thing. But I also want to say testimonial there for the Hot Shot Secret products. I took down to the mats there my 2019 Chevy GMC pickup, and it has a 5.3 liter engine in it and 4-wheel drive, and I chose to come through Maryland and West Virginia and all the hills and that through the Appalachian Mountains there, and my truck there is rated to get 15 local and 19 open road fuel mileage, and for the whole trip I averaged 21.5 miles a gallon, and that's about 1,400 miles. And on the last tank that I filled up there in Kentucky to come home, I got 23.5 miles a gallon. That was about 500 miles. And during that trip, there's a my computer printout or dash gauge there shows out a segment for a 50-mile trip. Like 50 miles of that, I was doing 28.3 miles a gallon. And, I run the Gasoline Extreme, and I buy the oil with the FR3 already in it. And, I'm pretty pleased with the results of running Hot Shot Secret in my personal vehicle there. And, I'm telling everybody that I can think of about, how great this stuff is, but, a lot of times people don't like to hear about the smoke oil salesman stuff, but this is not the smoke oil or snake oil, it's the real deal. But, so that's, you got a good product there, Steve, and, hopefully more people will realize it.
Mm-hmm.
But, where I first got my CDL license, I was working as a mechanic at a feed mill, and then I decided to drive truck for them. And anyhow, well, they had one of their customers was Oriental people, and they eat these chicken eggs where they incubate them to about 14 days right before the feathers come on. The chicks, and then they pull them out of incubation, and they hard boil them and eat them.
and we had some eggs that we put in the cooler, which normally kills the cold air, kills the chicks, and stops them from continuing to germinate. And one of the cases inside the skid was kept warm enough that these chickens hatched. So the customer didn't want these chickens. And so there was about, 25, 30 chickens. And so we were just married. I got married in February, and this year was around July. And so I asked the landlord if he'd mind if I built a chicken coop in the barn, the place that I was renting.
Right.
And he said, no, go ahead. So I had my wife out there, Cream of Wheat out there. We were building this chicken coop, and and I was lining up this chicken wire, 2x4s and that, and I was holding one, and she was holding a 2x4. Oh, okay, her 2x4 is in place. I'm going to nail her 2x4 in place. Well, unbeknownst to me, not being a carpenter and a truck driver, when I let go of my 2x4 that was holding, that wasn't nailed fast, it come crashing down and caught Cream of Wheat right across the top of her glasses, pushed her glasses down, cut her nose, and oh man, she was not too happy, and she was in a lot of pain, and
right,
and it caused both her eyes to get black and blue, and then that was July 4th. The fireworks, we were planning to go watch fireworks with friends, and I was sort of embarrassed. I didn't want to take my wife out with both black and blue eyes. What are people going to think?
Right.
She's like, we're going to go. And they're going to think what they're going to think, and we're just going to go. And anyhow, it all worked out. And these chickens grew up, and we decided we were going to butcher them. And, well, I mean, you cut the chicken's head off, and you dip it in hot water, and the feathers come right off. Well, I tried this on one of the chickens, and I dipped it in the hot water and pulled it back out. The feathers didn't come off. Well, maybe we need to leave the chicken in a little bit longer. Well, when you're not married for only about 6 months, and you have a little bit of free time, you get sort of carried away. And so we got around doing other stuff, and come back and went to pull the feathers off the chicken, and, well, the feathers came off. The skin and the meat came off, too. We cooked the chicken with the guts and everything in. So I decided, well, I'm not a great chicken farmer. I'm not a great chicken butcher. And so we went and took it to a neighboring farmer there, and he had a chicken operation where he butchered the chickens, and we left him do it and paid him to do it. So, so that was my chicken farming story, and we have not raised chicken since. Even though with eggs as high as they are, we still have access to eggs, so we get them at a fairly cheap bargain, so we're not raising chickens anymore. So anyhow, that's the story of our life, and so that's all I have for you today. So we'll speak at you later.
All right. Good story there. Fascinating. It was good to see Austin Mario Kart there at the truck show. And I'm kind of waiting for them to get that little interview piece edited. Have you seen it anywhere yet, or?
No, I haven't seen it anywhere. I'm looking forward to it because all his siblings want to see it too.
Good deal.
And so anyhow.
Well, have a great morning. Safe travels out there. It's about 10 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you see where Kid Rock was in the Oval Office over the weekend? That was a sight. Apparently, President Trump invited him to the Oval Office Monday. He signed an executive order that he says will help curb ticket scalping and bring common sense changes to the way live events are priced. Anyone who's bought a concert ticket in the last, say, decade, maybe 20 years, no matter what your politics are, know it's a conundrum. Kid Rock says, this is designed to stop price gouging by the middleman. The order directs the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, to ensure that scalpers offering tickets at higher prices than face value comply with all the Internal Revenue Service rules. It also orders the Federal Trade Commission to ensure price transparency at all stages of the ticket purchase process and to take enforcement action to prevent unfair, deceptive, and anti-competitive conduct in the secondary ticket market, which the administration argues can restore sensibility and order to the ticket market. Trump said he knows Kid Rock, a longtime supporter whose real name is Robert James Ritchie. He knows him as Bob. Trump said he's been a good friend for a long time. He said rising fees for concert and other events have been getting worse and worse with time, and Kid Rock agreed. You can buy a ticket for $100. By the time you check out, it's $170. You don't know what you've been charged for, he says. But more importantly, the bots, they come in. They get all the good tickets to your favorite shows that you want to go to, and they relist them immediately for sometimes a 400-500% markup. The order mostly directs federal agencies to enforce existing laws. Still, it marks a rare instance of policy crossover with the administration of Joe Biden that used the Federal Trade Commission to target junk fees or levies tacked on at the end of the purchase process that can mask the full price of things like concert tickets, as well as hotel rooms, utility bills. Under Biden, the Justice Department also sued Ticketmaster and their parent company, Live Nation Entertainment, last year accusing them of running an illegal monopoly over live events and ask a court to break up the system. These companies have a history of clashing with major artists, including the likes of Bruce Springsteen and Taylor Swift, whose summer 2022 stadium tour was plagued by difficulty getting tickets. The country music star Zach Bryan even released an album in 2022 entitled All My Homies Hate Ticketmaster. A representative for Bryan said he had nothing to add when asked to comment on Monday's executive order. In the previous administration, the Biden administration used these initiatives as a way to protect consumers from rising prices that were already inflated. Trump, meanwhile, campaigned on combating high ticket prices, calling them very unfortunate. All right, the White House says America's live concert and entertainment industry has a total nationwide impact of the likes of $132+ billion and supports 913,000 jobs, but it's become blighted by the unscrupulous middlemen imposing these egregious fees on the fans with no benefit to the artist. The order further directs federal officials and the FTC to deliver a report in 6 months summarizing the action they've taken to address the issue of unfair practices in the live concert and entertainment industry and make additional regulations or recommendations for legislation that might be needed to protect the consumers out there. But yeah, ticket prices, 844-844-3388. The number to dial us up. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Biolos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademark Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. For our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a new day. We turn the page on the calendar, second day of April already. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Scrapyard checking in from Springdale, Arkansas, where the wind is blowing stout enough to blast a bobcat up a hog's derriere. Thanks to all of you all for your thoughts and prayers concerning the loss of my sister. All right. Yeah, sorry for your loss there. Hired Gun checks in. Started listening to the Bozo his first month on the air. I've been here ever since. I've only called in maybe 3 times, so nobody knows me. But good morning from Kingston, Georgia, USA. Clear, 58 degrees on the back porch. And remember, keep the painted side on top. You're right there. Tony, morning, Steve, and all the Hot Shot Secret Nation from Southern Illinois getting ready for another round of bad weather. Rolling in later today. All right, yeah, you are in that zone for a significant tornado threat risk later this afternoon. There's Jeffrey on board here. About an hour ago, checked in from Florida. Hello to the ice cream man. Seems I don't have any luck. I replaced 2 trailer tires Thursday and replaced a trailer tire 6 hours ago. And now noticed I have yet another trailer tire that I just replaced last week that needs to be replaced again. What's going on with your tires there, ice cream man? All right, spoke to Senior Heatwave last hour, and shortly after hanging up with us, I guess he made the call. He said, I just called. She's being admitted. Hopefully I'll be there sometime tomorrow morning or noon. Just found out there was an accident in Milano, Texas, where a classmate of my niece was killed along with his mother and father. A semi-accident involving a 26-year-old female driver. No other information on that. The daughter was at a sporting event. Well, that's one hell of a way to find out about your brother and your parents. Sunshine here at DHL, 49 degrees here. Had another Amber Alert come across the phone and tablet for an 18-month-old from Trotwood, Ohio. I hope they are found safe. All right, Fred checks in via the YouTube feed this morning. Good morning, Steve, all the listeners. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 45 degrees in Lexington, Nebraska tonight. Yeah, just unloaded some Hoosier steers. Going to give this powerful chrome-plated cow truck a few hours of rest. Then we'll head to MRK to get my trailer washed out. And we'll start a new adventure in America's heartland. Our rest in peace, Lieutenant Tom Kazansky, call sign ICE. Yeah, that's, I was trying to remember what his handle was there in Top Gun. Now he really is standing in the desert, talking to Sammy Davis Jr. Special shout out tonight to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Lexington Livestock Sales. Obviously, referencing Val Kilmer. If you missed that, Val Kilmer apparently passed away this past day from pneumonia. 65 years old. And one of my, I guess, more famous from being in the Top Gun, Forever Batman, some of the other roles. One of my favorite movies was when he was in with Robert De Niro, Al Pacino in the movie Heat. You recall that one? That's about a 3-hour film, but one of the greatest, shootout films. The shootout scene where they robbed the bank. That was one of my favorites for Val Kilmer. What's going on, Hippopotamus?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, the Iceman. But anyway, so I wanted to give a little bit of a shout out there for such a great show this year. I kind of wondering how it was all going to work out, not having the West Wing over there, and I know last year that the South Wing there had been partitioned off some. There was a lot of open space on the back side of the curtain.
Yep.
If you stuck your head through the curtain, there was so having the West Wing over there at the end of the South Hall there, it actually, I think it worked out better. It made it a lot more open. Usually over in the West Wing, everything was really crowded and tight, low ceilings, so it was kind of darker in there. It was, it really didn't take a whole lot to miss something, especially if you were, looking through booths where people were trying to sell merchandise and stuff. It was really, really kind of hard to see a whole lot in there. Things were just kind of dark. Where down in the South Wing there, they were, it was open, it was bright, and, you had a little bit more room to spread out. It seemed like, not that they probably gave many bigger booth space, but it just seemed more open in there. And I think alleyways were a little wider, so that it didn't have the congestion, the tightness of the congestion of the people, it had a little bit of flow of traffic, as well as you could stop and you felt like you could stop and look at something and not be pushed 3 booths down by the time you got to the chance to look at something. But anyways, but that was a good shout out for them. I guess that was a good thing. What can you say about Hot Shot Secret? I mean, it's probably easier to say all the things you can't say, better than all the things you can. Products they make, they speak for themselves, and as Kyle and Josh said earlier there, you had a record year down there, so, people are starting to understand what it is. I'm going to forget, I guarantee I'll forget people, but, congratulations to Ryan. Good to have you here. Things are working good. Congratulations to your new station there, down there. What is it, in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center down there, right?
Houston, Texas. How about that? Yeah.
So now that we're past the midnight hour on the West Coast, maybe we got a couple listeners out there, if they haven't heard that, hey, this program's put on by Hot Shot Secret, a fuel and oil additives, specialist, and hey, make a phone call. It's 844-844-3388. And your first time in, you what? How much product do you get for free, Your Honor? Like $1 million?
How about a $60 coupon, a $60 voucher, $60 off your first purchase?
All right, we could go for that. Horse Feathers is like $1 million, but that's just because Horse Feathers is greedy. But that's beside the point. Anyways, but no, and special thanks to you. I mean, you and Lisa. Lisa does so much work in the back there. I know Paul and Anita came and helped you there for a couple of days there, and they do so much to help. And the whole Hot Shot crew that was there, and as I said earlier, there, you had a video crew that was out and about and helped you get the video there for Ashton Mario Kart. And
right.
So, and what else? We don't want to forget the other part here. the fans, all the listeners. Special thanks to them, because it's the listeners that purchase the products that keep everything on the air. And as you've demonstrated tonight, the reason for having you on the air is because you actually update us of live events happening, whether, it's, political or weather or whatever we need to know about going on that you can't get if you're listening to one of the other stations that either just plays music all night long out of a can or, just doesn't have any live information coming out for you. So it's it works out really good that, we have a way to keep ourselves awake by being entertained by you, but also keep us informed of what's going on all the way across the country, and sometimes even all the way around the world there are some of these events we got going on. So, but, I don't know. Other than that, I'm sure there was something else I wanted to mention and always end up forgetting, but that's the biggest points there. And, anyways, Lauren Weiss there, I'll tell you what, he's got some work to do. I don't know if you saw it or not, and somewhere or another there's got to be a video of it, but there was a guy there that had a cab over out there with a bull hauling wagon. He had that thing polished. You just had a caller there that said to keep the painted side up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll tell you what, trucks I saw down there, it's pretty hard to distinguish which side have to be up for that because, anyways, as I was getting ready to say, this bull hauler, he had an aluminum trailer, and that thing was polished to a mirror finish, outside, inside, bottom side. I couldn't get to the top side. I don't know what was up there. I imagine there was a glare. I imagine there was a glare to all them UPS planes coming down there trying to land off the top of this guy. This guy, I mean, in there where the cows are supposed to be, that floor, you could have ice skated on it, and out there in the 70-some degree weather, it was so polished. I'll tell you. But mirror finish, inside and out, bottom side. He even had mirrors on the ground shining up, looking so you could see up the bottom side. They laid on there underneath that thing and were polishing underneath there. Can only imagine what that was like trying to get clean. But you know what them cows do on the top side. But anyways, but yeah, so he's got some work to do to keep up with that one. But anyways, I guess that's what we got going for you there, Your Honor. And we guess, as we told you before, yesterday was a no day and today's a short day. So we're going to be hanging it up here in a little bit. But I guess we got to get back and maybe we'll do some homework there, see if we can listen to a couple of shows there from the truck show and that. And, hey, one thing I did forget to mention is that, for the first time ever, we got to eat at this world-famous location that apparently only has locations in this little neck of the woods down in some certain spot there.
Yeah, right.
So, Roosters.
Roosters, cock-a-doodle-doo. So what'd you think? It ain't what she makes it out to. It's just a little sports bar,
I can't complain about the food. I was pretty impressed, and from what I understand, they make one heck of a Long Island iced tea. So the experience of Roosters there one night there. So had a bunch of good friends with us. So
you can check
good night.
You can check that off your bucket list.
There you go. All right, Your Honor. We'll let you go with that.
There you go. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. We're rolling down the interstate, heading to the big truck show last Wednesday. And Princess is like, I'm going to check and see if they have a Roosters in Louisville. Why? I want to go to Roosters. And then her other pick was for Denny's, of all things. I'm thinking, Denny's? She said, I haven't had a Denny's in, it's probably been 20 years. We had one in our area, but like I said, it shut down many, many years ago. So the irony, as we were headed down after the show there Saturday, We went down Saturday evening to spend the night with Double R and Anita. They had their camper at the campground there. But right there on the road, right outside of the KOA campground, there was one of the, I guess, the classic original Denny's restaurants. So guess where we ate Sunday morning? So she got her wish. She got her Roosters and she got her Denny's. And we tossed a steak dinner night in between that. So, yeah, good times.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
So, of course, they've been talking for days about this second round of severe weather and major flooding that's going to be ensuing over the next several days in the heart of the country. In the world of meteorology, when it comes to tornadic activity, they use the term significant tornado parameter, STP for short. That indicates a zone where all the ingredients are going to be coming together, a lot of rotation in the atmosphere, so we get a significant tornado parameter. There's 2 zones that are highlighted for later today. The most significant, it's kind of like a color-coded, but you're talking about looking at precipitation on the radar. But you get the yellows and then the reds, and then you even get into the purples, which would be a high risk of tornadic development. Big zone there, northeastern Texas, northeastern Texas, northwest Louisiana, much of southern Arkansas in that zone. A secondary area highlighted right along the Ohio River, southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, kind of leading right up into southwest Ohio. Looks like the greatest risk is highlighted in south central Indiana, but our local forecasters are kind of telling us another round of severe weather is on the way, and all types of severe weather on the table. Damaging winds looks likely across the board. But we're keeping a close eye on an area just west and southwest of here, Cincinnati, where we're based out of, where conditions appear most favorable for tornado development. Tornadoes cannot be ruled out anywhere in the region, but that zone is looking like a hot spot right now. Yeah, timing-wise, storms start rolling at about 7 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, the strongest activity expected after sunset. Yeah, there's actually 2 time frames. that time frame from like 7 to, say, 9 or 10 p.m., that would be where the potential for supercells, individual cells, out and ahead of the main front could be pushing through. And those supercells are the ones more commonly that produce these strong, long-lived tornadoes that could be on the ground for miles and miles. The second threat then comes in like after the midnight hour, from midnight till 3 a.m. That will be when the actual front itself is coming through with the strongest of the straight line winds there. So looks like a gangbuster day. Let me see. I got a couple minutes before news break. So Pappy is on board. I'll get to you first out of the break. Brother Rambler checks in. 1 week ago today, before headed to Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show, there were a handful of speakers testifying before the House Subcommittee hearing. The Subcommittee on Highways and Transit and the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, trying to pass on information as far as they're putting together our next highway bill. Louis Pugh was one of those who had a chance to sit down and make his concerns. He said, you have to understand, he's trying to pass on the most pro-trucker highway bill in history. You have the opportunity to do this, he says, but you have to understand that pro-trucker and pro-trucking are not always synonymous these days. In fact, most of the policies being touted as good for the trucking industry are primarily designed to fatten the wallets and cover the asses of the trucking executives or the corporate shareholders, the shippers, the brokers, the trial lawyers. Yet most of these proposals prioritize profits over safety by doubling down on many of the problems that have made carriers' careers behind the wheel of a commercial vehicle less appealing and less sustainable, and our roads less safe. The House Highways and Transit Subcommittee had the hearing, America Builds, How Trucking Supports American Communities. Congress begins work on drafting the highway bill. OOIDA asking Congress to leave out provisions that would drive truckers out of the business. Things like efforts to increase the minimum liability insurance. Sharing our vision for a highway bill that supports American workers, enhances supply chain efficiency, and improves highway safety from the ground up, focusing on the most important element of trucking, and that is the millions of hardworking men and women across the country who make a living on the road. Representative Troy Nehls of Texas echoed that vision for the highway bill, where he actually held up a copy of the February edition of Landline magazine, a story entitled Pro-Trucker Priorities, telling the committee, I implore you to go to page 48, read this, and we'll return.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Once again, welcome aboard to our new affiliate, our friends in the Houston, Texas area. AM 1070. KNTH. They go by The Answer. Intelligent, conservative. There you go. AM 1070, The Answer. Welcome aboard. They're carrying us from midnight to 4 a.m. They're in the Central Time Zone. Good to have you with us. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
Man, I'll tell you what, though, Steve. Back in the day when I was in high school, maybe even just a tad bit out of high school, dude, if you took your date to Denny's, man, that was like going to a 5-star restaurant, man.
Right. Believe it, I had forgotten. I had forgot how much they actually have on the menu. I mean, I like Waffle House, but then I think it was like 10:30 in the morning. They all wanted breakfast. And I'm like, yeah, man, those cheeseburgers look good. So I said, do you make anything on the menu at this time of day? Absolutely. Anita got her chicken tenders. I got a big cheeseburger, and it was wonderful. It was a good cheeseburger.
Man, I'm telling you, yeah, you took your little high school date to Denny's, man. You were scoring, buddy. It was a step up from White Castles and McDonald's. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, but yeah, man, Steve, with the old weather sirens were going off the other night, man. I talked to all the guys on the squad, and you did the same thing. I was actually heading to Skyline. I told Sadie, I'm like, man, let me run up to Skyline real quick before it starts to rain. As I'm paying them, the sirens go off, right?
Right.
Now all the girls in Skyline are freaking out, but so I made it home as the sirens are going. It's not raining yet, but I'm standing out there. It's lightning. You could see the front coming in. And then it come over the phone, a tornado warning. I'm out there trying to find a tornado, man. I'm like, where's this thing? I want to see if one's coming. You had to kind of wait for the lightning to strike to light the sky up.
Yep.
And everybody on the squad said the same thing. Yeah, we were out there with their cameras or cell phones trying to videotape the whole thing. It wasn't until it really started raining hard. And then I thought, daggone it, for the last 20 minutes, I should have been getting that generator out and getting all the extension cords out in case the power goes off.
Just in case. As it turned out, I mean, we didn't really get any significant wind, even straight line winds.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, we got hit out in there. Yeah, the wind was kicking. It sounded like a tornado because it was blowing so hard. It didn't last long.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe you were just a tad bit on the southern side of it because Ross got hit pretty good. It kind of made its way up through Butler County, so you must have just missed it. But, man, it rained for a while. Sirens went off 3 times.
Three times, yeah. Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
And the lightning, though, the sky was almost constantly lit up. It was that cloud-to-cloud stuff, I guess, though, most of it, because just dancing in the sky.
Reminded me of, 2 days from now, Steve, what do we got? April 3rd. I was 14, I guess. What were you? Maybe about 10? 1974, April 3rd, tornadoes. One had hit Xenia and Sailor Park.
Was that the date? Wow. Okay, I
Were
remember.
you in Cincinnati then, or what?
I remember that well. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. I seen the tornado that went through Sailor Park. It was hailing. Steve, I'm 14 years old, looking out the living room window, watching it hail. And this hail ball came. Steve, this thing had to be the size of a softball. And I'm like, man, when it stops hailing, I'm going out and I'm getting that thing. Well, it stopped, and I ran out and got it. It was eerie quiet. Looked up in the sky. Holy moly, I think I see a tornado. I go running in, getting the old man. Dad, I think there's a tornado out here. Yep. That's a tornado, son. We stood there in the driveway and watched it. Had a tornado come through. God, we were probably 16, 17, was staying over at Buddy's house on Race Road. And, man, it started storming real good. I remember I had a back patio doors, and I pulled them curtains. As soon as I pulled them curtains back, there was a big flash. And I backed up, and man, I don't know how to explain it, but we knew something was going on. I thought it was just a bad thunderstorm. A tornado actually went over the house, like 2 houses down from where we were, went over us, landed on the other side of the street, and there was a subdivision that went down this hill, and it wiped out that subdivision down there. And when we were going out the door, there was a 2x4 sticking through the daggone ceiling in his house. That's when we knew something was really bad. And we went outside and walked across the street and looked down to that subdivision, all them houses that went down in that cul-de-sac. And Steve, I just remember all this insulation, from the roofs being taken off and everything.
Yep.
Insulation everywhere, man. That was like at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I called my dad. I think I told you he used to be a 9 News photographer for Al Shadikati. Called him up, woke him up. Said, Dad, you might want to get your camera and come out here, man. This is definitely going to be on the news. Hey, one more thing, I'll get off of here. Man, Steve, I've been talking about this swatting deal. Owen Schroyer, he's a journalist. He got arrested on J6 for he never went into Capitol, but being on the property there. And he does a lot with InfoWars with Alex Jones. Anyway, he got swatted. I think I told you about that a week or so ago. He put out a video, Steve, that every family member in his family is getting swatted. And he's talking like cousins, people that doesn't even have his same last name that are related to him. And he said he's not the only one. And the news media is not picking up on this.
So somebody's really got it out for that
talking
guy.
About it. Well, it's not just him. It's a lot of conservatives are getting swatted and their families. He's been in contact with the FBI. Doesn't seem like they probably got enough on their plate, but I mean, I don't know. But it doesn't seem like too much is being done about it. The news media, this communist media, is keeping this quiet. Man, have you noticed, Steve, that Elon Musk, he's pretty much on Trump's hip?
Yes.
Steve, they are out to get that man, too. I think he's pretty much living in the White House to get Secret Service protection. I mean, obviously, he's got a good security team. But, Steve, take this to the bank, man. This man is getting some severe death threats. And there's a lot of violence going on with this Tesla stuff. Bongino used to talk about the amount of death threats he used to get. And, so we won the battle in November, but this war ain't over, brother. They're not going to go down without a fight, so just beware. I don't know if you got my email earlier. That ended well.
Okay.
Thank goodness. Right when we were drawing up the search warrant and calling out SWAT, he decided to come out and turn himself in. So that went okay. Nobody got hurt there. So, but hey, like Horsefeather said, man. All you new listeners out there, you truck drivers, even you law enforcement out there, you can call in, email Steve if the highway's shut down, if there's a crash or something going on these highways. You call in, man, let all these truck drivers know what's up. They can maybe get around it. Steve, how many times have I called in and said, hey, man, 74, 275 shut down, we got a semi turned over? Or we got, bad crash. And many of your truck drivers have called in and updated the listeners about road closures and stuff. So, yeah, man. All right, Steve, all I got, brother. I appreciate it. Tell Brother Rambler I said hey. And sorry I wasn't able to listen to him Sunday. I know he had some technical difficulties too. That's it, brother. Peace.
Thanks for checking in. All right, there you go. Yeah, we will be speaking with Brother Rambler, as a matter of fact, here momentarily. There you go, Fred. I said the way the wind's blowing right now here in central Louisiana, it feels like a tornado. You've got we got these wind advisories, high wind warnings, stretching from literally from the Gulf Coast all the way up to the Great Lakes. A lot of wind well out and ahead of the storms that are coming in later in the day. Those storms that came through over the weekend, Sunshine said the storm broke some power lines up on the Flying J. It had 71 north and south closed down Monday night, so I had to detour to get around it. It was reopened tonight. Ken checks in and said, I was delivering western Pennsylvania, May 1985, when tornadoes roared across Youngstown through the Kane, PA area. I think Atlantic PA got blown apart that night. I was on PA 18, right in the middle of it. All right, 5-7 checking in. Good morning. Hope you're doing well.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And hello to 4020. I got your email there a little bit earlier. I'll take care of that when we wrap things up this morning. Here's the one that was wanting a couple of phone numbers there. All right, so we'll take care of that. Hello to Brian. Good morning. 45 and clear here in Chesapeake, Virginia this morning. Heading to Tifton, Georgia tonight. Everybody be safe out there. Santa Claus, 38 in Sacramento, California. It's snowing up on Donner Summit. I'll send you the updated road report here from Caltrans. Okay, let me see, which indeed he did. See if we can open that up. I-80 for eastbound traffic being held at the 3.4 miles east of Gold Run, Placer, Colorado, due to spinouts. It is closed eastbound to all tractor semi-trailer combinations at Colfax due to traction concerns. All tractor semi-trailer combinations are advised to use an alternate route. Chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From 3.4 miles east of Gold Run to Hirschdale Road in Truckee. Westbound, I guess just kind of reversed, closed to westbound single drive axle tractor semi-trailers towing double trailers at the Nevada state line due to snow. Chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels from Truckee to 3.4 miles east of Baxter. And westbound trucks are being screened 5 miles west of Reno. You must have maximum chains in possession in order to proceed, and permit loads are prohibited. Still dealing with old man winter. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Good morning and praise God. I'm glad to be on the air with you. And I tell you what, you know what that translates to me? What you just said about snow on Donner? That translates to your dispatcher telling you, hey, you got to get that load there. So, hey, why don't you come and help me throw chains and we'll get it there. In other words, stay at the Alamo, or stay at if there's still an Alamo truck stop in Sparks, Nevada, or stay at the 49 right there and Sacramento and just chill out until it clears. But hey, Steve, if you're on the Steve Summers Show describing what the tornado looks and sounds like, you might just be a redneck. Hey, Pappy, I love you, brother. And we had some technical difficulty. Man, it stormed in Mobile, Alabama. I mean, all day Sunday. Steve, I'm talking about literally thunder, lightning. It stormed all day long, knocked out my internet, so we went on ahead. We had to cancel church because it just, in a metal building with a cell signal that just don't do good. I said, well, if I try to have church, we go live, it's going to be just buffering, and it gets frustrating.
Yeah.
So best thing to do is cancel it, do a best of, and we talked about the best of. We replayed Preparing to Face a Giant. Praise God. And you can find that message over at Determined Ministries Church. Like I said, we go live every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock Central Time. And I want to give a big shout out to the Big 1070 KHAM, The Answer. Welcome all you Houstonians and Bay Springs, Texas, Port Lavaca, Katy, Texas, everywhere else around the Houston area. Welcome. Listen, I'm going to tell you a secret. If this is your first time listening to this show on the 1070, The Answer, the Big 1070 in Houston, Texas, and I'm talking to you, Carthage. I'm talking to you, Houstonians. If you're a first-time caller, be a first-time caller. Let us know where you live out there in Texas, and Steve will give you a code to go to hotshotsecret.com, and you can get yourself a Hot Shot $60 voucher. You can get yourself that gasoline treatment, that diesel treat, Stiction Eliminator, everything, but you got to be that first-time caller. So, well, Steve, I know you had a great time over at the truck show. I wish I could have made it. I know Brother Dale Nolt sent me a whole lot of pictures of him and Mario Kart and all y'all together. And and I heard what Horse Feathers was saying a while ago. And tell you a real quick story. When I was running the Hattiesburg route, Horse Feathers, I've got to be pretty chummy with a guy. I can't remember his first name. His last name was Ross. Now, this guy, he was a bull hauler. He had a 389 Pete. Immaculate, Steve. This truck, he kept it immaculate. He had a bull rack. This thing was clean inside and out. Chrome wheels, everything. And he always took his wife with him. His wife was a veterinarian. And we always seemed to meet up over there at the Highway 84 truck stop right outside of Laurel, Mississippi. right there off of Highway 84 in Jones County. He was a swell fella, but man, he kept that thing, I mean, just immaculate. And I was like, "Is this a show truck?" He said, "No. I'm really hauling bulls. I'm going to pick up a load of cattle, and we're going to, I think, Cactus, Texas, where he was going to last time I ever saw him, to haul all steers up there to that slaughterhouse up there in Cactus, Texas." So yeah, there are some that, man, they keep them trucks immaculate. And I tell you what, when I first started driving, woo, if you needed a front door, you could always count on a bull rack to come by you. But of course, with that slow wagon and fast traffic company I started with, there was no such thing as a front door. Unless you were running in California, that's the only time I ever become a front door for someone. So praise God for that. But, man, I'm glad y'all had a great time over at the truck show. I saw a lot of good pictures, a lot of good photos and everything, and I'm glad everything went well. I hope we got some new sponsors that's going to pick up the show and, by advertising. The show just going to keep on growing, Steve, and that's what we want. I tried to get on earlier, and the line was busy, so I called up Gilligan, was talking to him for a little bit. We're talking about Mopar cars and Dragnet and everything else, and I think he was trying to get on too. But everyone out there, I know we're running short on time, but I will call in again here soon. I want to say that I love you out there. And listen, I truly mean that. I love you. And there's so many people that I'm starting to see. Prime example, me and Gillian was talking about Timothy Motherspaw, Timothy and his beautiful wife, Tanya. And I believe they're still raising their two grandchildren, Blaze and Scarlett. Timothy's with us every Sunday. He never misses a church service. But, Timothy's not in very, very good health. And, we've been praying for Miss Millie. And I'm going to tell you something. Miss Millie got her healing the last time we had church. We had the Lord brought a message about healing. And I tell you, when it comes to that, Steve, you got to leave doubt and everything at the front door and come in with faith. And if you come in with faith of a mustard seed, that mountain can be removed. But we love you, God's children, and we want you to come on and visit us at Determined Ministries Church, 5:00 p.m. every Sunday night. And also do not forget to go visit overnightdriveradio.com for all your overnight drive needs. And remember, this is love. And we love you, and love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And before I get off here, rest in peace, Val Kilmer. We lost Val Kilmer tonight.
Yep.
And every guy knows, if you're a guy, we know my favorite character was Doc Holliday off of Tombstone.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Bailos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademark Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
They're gearing up for a showdown in the Tar Heel State. And then we bundle up for a cold winter without pulling. So let's get that summery feeling back by recalling an awesome 2022. From National Track.
That must have been from the archives. Way back, the Wayback Machine. Okay. Hey, we get a final hour off and rolling here. Midweek coming on. Yeah, what looks to be a very action-packed weather day. Yeah, some of the stronger storms we had a few hours ago, dwindling in intensity a bit. But things really begin to ramp up again. Once the sun comes up, you begin to get some of that daytime heating, the sun destabilizing the atmosphere. Have a sneaky suspicion we'll have plenty to cover, probably even live weather-wise for our Thursday morning program. Now, I know our home 20 here in Southwest Ohio is in a zone where things could get pretty darn ugly. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we get lucky and we don't lose power. If in the event we do lose power, which I think might be a distinct possibility, we might have to go to the archives. But we shall see. Meanwhile, the latest deportations since Trump takes office. We've reached more than 100,000 since Trump took office there in the second time in January. Yeah, that news, as Americans suffer in the aftermath of the previous administration's disastrous border policies. New York Post reported on Monday, Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials have made 113,000 arrests and carried out more than 100,000 deportations, citing a Department of Homeland Security source speaking to the outlet. The ICE source says he's doing what he was voted in to do, point blank. Trump's deportation agenda appears to be popular with Americans, as a recent Pew Research Center survey showed 32% support deporting all illegal aliens, 51% support deporting some illegal aliens. Now, according to the Post, it wasn't immediately clear how many detainees are convicted criminals, the status of their cases, and their national origin. Sources believe the majority are being removed to Mexico. Of course, that report as Trump campaigned on fixing illegal immigration, shutting down the border. First day in office, declaring an emergency at the border. ICE has since maxed out their detention space and is asking Congress to fund additional beds to support the deportation campaign that yielded 32,000 arrests in its first 50 days. Now, Trump's administration recently asked the Supreme Court of the United States to allow deportations of illegal alien gang members under the Alien Enemies Act. As Breitbart News reported, Trump invoked that act to begin deporting hundreds of illegal alien gang members with the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 gangs, both of which are now designated as terrorist organizations. Of course, while we were there in Louisville, I'm thinking it was at Friday night, Thursday night, I can't remember which night it was, but we had the news on and they were highlighting the arrest of one of the top three, I believe it was MS-13 gang leaders. They're in, was it Virginia, West Virginia? I can't remember where it was. But this guy was just, living amongst the common people there. But had carried out murders in association with human trafficking operation. I think he was essentially the boss of the MS-13, the East Coast region. They've got leaders in various regions of the country, so one at a time, get them out of here, right? All right, let's see. Rooster, I do believe, wanted to check in this morning. Morning, Rooster.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. What's been happening?
Well, not much. I hadn't talked to you in a minute. Seen you at the show Thursday, but I was already on the air when I come over there. And you was starting your show up that day. But I got to talk to the missus. She said y'all been doing good. And we had a really good show this year, I thought.
I did too. Yeah. So it looks like, you haven't dialed us up since it says here February of 2023, brother. It's been 2 years.
Man, it's been a minute. We've been really busy, man. I've got 2 more trucks up and running here in the last couple of years. And just had a lot of irons in the fire. Been really getting after it. But just had a minute this morning. Thought I'd call and say, hey, I wanted to talk to each show, but I didn't want to interrupt you. And we come back out Friday, but we got tied up and never did get back over to see you.
Really?
But, just wanted to say, hey, man. So, looks like I was hearing you telling a story about that MS-13. Now, it's funny you bring that up this morning. They had an article on yesterday afternoon on I think it was Fox News that I caught it on, where they're really starting to crack down on these guys, which they need to. That's a very mean gang, and they're really getting their talons in a lot of these bigger cities in the neighborhoods with these younger kids, and it's sad to see, but yeah, something needs to be done about it. It's not good.
Not at all.
But anyway, I won't take no more of your time, man. I'll try to chime back in a little more frequent now that I got a little more time on hand than what I have been. But I'm glad you're doing good, man.
All right. Well, good.
We'll talk to you soon.
There you go. Yeah, don't wait another 2 years before you chime back in, right? 13 past the hour. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We're starting off at 39 today, but warming up to 70 at Fort Wayne. So you got to get those warmer temperatures, for those storms. Heavy rain, storms today, and then they're telling us rain like for the next 5 days. Yeah, we're starting out at the freezing mark, 32, only 46 with some snow today. Changing to rain later on at Newaygo. Right on, Knucklebuster, roll on. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and flip back again. Semper Fi from Truck and Fill. All right, hunker down. Toll rate increases being announced for 3 bridges connecting western New York with Canada. Monday, the Niagara Falls Bridge Commission announcing a passenger and commercial vehicle toll rate increase for the Rainbow, the Whirlpool Rapids, and the Lewiston-Queenston bridge spans effective May 1. The toll for standard five-axle vehicles will go up from $32 to $34 US. The toll for passenger vehicles will increase from $5 to $6 US. Now, they say this is the first toll increase for these bridges since 2022. The toll increase necessary to pay for infrastructure upkeep and to ensure the long-term safety and reliability of the 3 international border crossings. Every time you turn around, it's just more money coming out of your pocket, isn't it? Somebody celebrating a birthday today. Hello, blind man.
Hey, Steve. Yep. I weighed 1.5 pounds when I was born.
Wow.
They didn't think I was going to make it, but I made it. They didn't know at the time that too much oxygen can burn out the retinas. Luckily, I kept knocking my mask off, so I had some pretty good vision when I was younger. I could read regular print, but not for long, with my microscopic glasses. It was a microscope, really, so I could see some of the print, but I had the nose read, and smelling that mimeograph ink, man, oh man, that's one smell I'll never forget, the purple print and the smell of the ink.
So that's where your whole blindness thing occurred from being a preemie, and I had never heard of that. So too much oxygen can actually impact your retinas, huh?
Yes, it would burn out the retinas.
I'll be darned.
Yeah. I'd like to thank Wisconsin for screwing us once again.
Right.
I knew this Susan woman was going to win. That whole state is, I guess, blue, so I wasn't surprised, but I hope we can get around what they're going to do in the future, kind of like isolate them somehow, and just rest of the country go on and do their business. Anyhow, I just wanted to say hi. I'm really looking forward to Dingbat going through what happened on my birthday and past years through history and everything. The only thing I remember that made the big news was 1982 when they had the Falkland War between Argentina and Chile fighting over the Falkland Islands.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one date that was a big day on my birthday. It was a Friday that year, 1982. So anyway, Steve, I'm just going to sit back, listen to the rest of the show, and I want to thank you for being there for me. You're my company when I wake up in the morning, and I look forward to hearing from the truckers. Sunday I have my usual chat with Eskimo Mom, Big Sexy, Pup, and one or two other truckers who I don't remember now. And the good old Chevy guy, he usually calls and pokes a joke or two at me.
Right.
And also Gilligan, looking forward to seeing him. And I hope you guys stay safe out there, and we'll just have to work around Wisconsin.
Yep. All right, well, happy birthday, blind man. What was that to say? You born on this date, 1947, weighed 1.5 pounds. And he mentioned Dingbat there. I did get an email from her a bit earlier. She's not able to call in tonight. She's going in circles, round and round. But I'm going to try to call in Wednesday into Thursday morning, or maybe Thursday into Friday. She wants to share her story about post-traumatic stress disorder. And she said, tell your listeners, get ready and have a tissue ready. Okay. Meanwhile, everybody have a great night. Be safe out there. Got my listening ears on. And by the way, go Gators. She's looking forward to those Gators moving on from the Final Four into a championship game. Now, brain dead, he has prognosticated that the Gators, he thinks, could go all the way.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Blind man brought up the elections this past day. The Republican Party did well in Florida, holding both of those seats. Republican State Representative Randy Fine handily won the special election to the House in the 6th Congressional District yesterday, defeating the Democrat Josh Wheel. Now, that was a district that Trump won by like 30 points back in November. Trump, of course, endorsed Fine ahead of the primary there. But they said this is a relief. Republicans were increasingly worried about this race as Wheel had overperformed Fine in fundraising and even some polling going into Election Day. However, the 6th is a deep conservative district, they tell us. Now, that was the seat that was vacated by Mike Waltz, who Trump appointed for the National Security Advisor. The other was Republican Jimmy Patronis winning the special election in the 1st Congressional District, bolstered by President Trump's endorsement to fill the vacant seat in a reliably Republican northern Florida, despite national Democrats pouring millions of dollars into that race. Patronis, the state's chief financial officer, fending off a challenge from Democrat Gay Villamont, even though she far outraised and outspent him. He's going to fill that Northwest Florida seat vacated by former Representative Matt Gaetz, who was selected to be Attorney General but withdrew for consideration of the allegations of sexual misconduct, which he denied. But so the 2 House seats maintained there in the state of Florida this past day. We did get an update on the lingering, ongoing Yellow bankruptcy. The amended Chapter 11 bankruptcy plan outlining final distributions to the creditors was submitted to the bankruptcy court in Delaware on Friday. As with the prior plan, the latest iteration would make former employees whole for their priority claims of unpaid time off and commissions due. The current version is backed by Yellow and the defunct estates committee of unsecured creditors, but may not have the support of a key party of interest. Classes for secured, priority, employee paid time off, and convenience claims totaling as much as $706 million would see a full recovery under this proposal. Payout ratios for the general unsecured claims were narrowed to 12 to 17% versus the prior scenarios that were anywhere from 0 to as much as 26% recovery. Employee claims against Yellow totaling $30 to $40 million for unpaid vacation or paid time off, sick pay, or sales commissions remain unimpaired. They are subject to 100% recovery. Now, they said this class of claims does not include individual employee claims of worker adjustment and retraining notification WARN Act claims. Holders of certain non-priority general unsecured claims above $7,500 can opt to reduce the amount to $7,500 and have their claims paid in full. On and on it goes, but it is 844-844-3388. There's the Knuckle Buster, Semper Fi on a Wednesday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and Semper Fi to Truck and Field. Have a great, blessed day, brother. Well, I'm out here in Oklahoma up here going, I guess I'm going to go out here to Big Ed's KOA out here and spend the day, right?
There you go.
Reckon we're gonna get some rain out here?
I think you may get a lot of rain.
Yeah, well, come on with it. I've got it hammered down, pushing against it there. Sorry I'm getting in late this morning there. Have you talked about Trump's Labor Department secured $4.3 billion back to the American taxpayer, Steve?
I have not touched on that. Give me the rest of the story.
Yeah, it was the Labor Department. They were using, a lot of the states were still using it to pay unemployment to these people. So, they said they didn't need it anymore because we're not under COVID there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw a black man with a red hat on at Costco this past weekend. Steve, you'll never guess what it said.
What'd it say?
It said, "Calm down, it's just a red hat."
That's good. Wow.
They thought it was easy. I guess the people thought he was wearing that red hat.
Yeah,
right.
Make
America great.
MAGA.
Make America great again.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, you better throw me on hold if you're going to get your break in, buddy.
Yes, indeed. He's watching the clock there. We are a matter of moments away from a news update here. What else in the mix? We've had a lot to cover. We've got more on the Delaware. More and more corporations exiting Delaware because, well, they say Delaware is woke. Stick around for that. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Sometime last week, word came down that the nation's largest shopping mall owner is leaving Delaware as its state of incorporation. citing concerns of increasingly woke behavior by the courts there. Simon Property Group, an S&P 500 company valued at $60 billion last week, said they could no longer rely on Delaware courts, which now allow for meritless litigation and judicial interpretation without a clear statutory bias, according to Law.com. Now, this mirrors Elon Musk's decision last year to move multiple companies, including Tesla and SpaceX, out of Delaware. They say Delaware was once the gold standard for its corporate legal system. But major corporations have joined Musk in his warnings that the blue state is simply too woke for any company to domicile there. Recent press reports indicate corporate giants like Meta, the parent of Facebook, and Walmart are preparing to move their domicile from Delaware. The online player Dropbox quit Delaware recently, and Coinbase chief legal officer warned on X that Delaware is at serious risk of losing its standing as the leading state of incorporation for American companies. The billionaire Bill Ackman, a CEO of Pershing Square Capital Management, said in early February that he planned to move his management company out of Delaware to reincorporate in Nevada or Texas. Yes, several recent rulings have ignited concerns about the courts there. Delaware Chancellor Judge Kathleen McCormick back in December ruled that Musk was not eligible for a 2018 compensation package, then valued at $56 billion, a package that would be worth over $100 billion in value today. Of course, Elon was not happy with the ruling. He took X, stating that shareholders should control company votes, not the judges. He has urged other companies to leave Delaware for other states. Now, some critics say Judge McCormick, a Democrat, was acting to confiscate his legitimate confiscation, which was approved by the Tesla shareholders not once but twice, because he'd become a critic of the Biden administration and opened up X to conservatives. The judge said Musk's package was too large, but then awarded the law firm that sued over the deal some $345 million for their legal filing. The law firm itself never suffered any damage as a result of Musk's compensation award. Similarly, in 2023, Fox News settled a libel suit brought by Dominion Voting Systems for the unprecedented $787 million, the largest amount ever known for a defamation case. Soon after that settlement, Fox News, the then legal chief, slammed the Delaware court, saying the judge in the case had failed to allow the network to offer a standard libel defense, including showing their balanced coverage of the 2020 election to a potential jury there. Delaware's governor tells the Business Insider the state faces a credibility problem, but said he's going to try to lure back some of these companies that leave. Any company thinking about leaving, we're actively reaching out. We're talking to them. We're understanding what the issues are and understanding what ways we can do better. And for those entities that have already made the decision to leave, we're going to continue to work hard to earn their trust and hopefully have them come back. But the implication of those liberal judges, there you go. All right, welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having old me over there, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, you know Delaware's crooked because he give us Doofus Magoo and his entire gooped up family, so I'd be ready to move too. It's too cold up there for me anyway there. Texas and Nevada, both, that's two good places to be going to there. So y'all buy some Stabile product, some Hot Shot Secret product, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, And Steve, since I'm out here in Oklahoma, I'm either going to be singing Tulsa Time by Don Williams, or actually I like that David Brazil and Shelley West there. She's the reason God made Oklahoma there. And that's all my bull on it this morning, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll talk at you tomorrow, brother. Have a great, blessed day.
All right. You do the same, and, get ready for the rain. What's happening, pup?
Oh, not much, Steve. Sounds like tonight might be a little interesting. I believe his name's Jerry, lives in Kokomo, Indiana. There's a pretty good-sized little storm that just went through there, according to my radar. And I like that guy's chicken story earlier.
Yeah, right.
Hey, the reason that Wisconsin race was so important is because they hold just a little of a lead, majority there in the Senate and the Congress. And with the court going liberal like it is, the other guy was conservative. If he would have got voted in, it'd been conservative. But what they're worried about is them doing the gerrymandering.
Okay.
And they're going to redraw those districts.
Correct.
And then we'll end up losing some seats on that one. That's why the Supreme Court there in Wisconsin was so important. But now you've had a good show, been sitting back listening, and not looking forward to tonight. So we'll talk at you later, bud.
Not
Bye-bye.
looking forward to the ugly weather. Yeah, winds, rain, possible tornadoes. Yeah, we've already got that squall line that's now pushing through eastern Kansas, stretching down through western Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, you'll see some of those storms rolling in. It's a very thin line down in that region right now, but it's going to be a monster of a storm later in the day today. Still seeing plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings coming in there. Kansas, just one county after another. As these storms move through, they've been seeing a lot of the common factor has been hail, quarter-size hail to ping pong ball hail, and straight line winds. These storms, this latest warning out of south central Kansas, the storm itself moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So you can't even outrun it if you're on the interstate trying to head. If it's coming the same direction as you, it's moving just as fast as you are. So we've had a lot of success here with SpaceX and their program. The Falcon 9 has become a pretty reliable rocket. They've got a ways to go with the Starship. But elsewhere, the very first flight of Isar Aerospace's Spectrum rocket, where they attempted to launch here a few days ago, ended in rather dramatic fashion. This is a German-based Isar Aerospace trying to launch the first orbital rocket from European soil over the weekend. The company's Spectrum rocket lifted off from Europe's spaceport in Norway, suffering an anomaly. That's the term they use. 18 seconds into the flight, dramatic video from the launch shows the rocket tumbling just seconds into flight before plummeting to the icy ground below, exploding in a massive fireball. Unclear what caused the anomaly, but it appears the Spectrum rocket began tumbling just seconds into that debut flight. Video from the incident shows the rocket, again, plummeting to the ground. The engine's off, so it's likely the flight controllers terminated the flight once the vehicle began tumbling. There were no payloads on this particular test flight. They were simply attempting to collect data about the vehicle during the maiden launch. So as any other space startup organization, Elon Musk and SpaceX they suffered their fair share of losses before getting the Falcon 9 is a really, to this date, very reliable model. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with Vic here on a Wednesday, hump day morning. Vic, are you gearing up for some storms this afternoon?
Oh, yeah. Actually, it's kind of an odd thing, but my roses are kind of starting to come around, and I wanted to put fertilizer and chemicals out for them, but they say not to do that before the rain, so I guess I'll just have to wait and see what happens. So, but yeah, I think I've got everything tied down to where it won't blow away, and hopefully we won't hit any new hail or anything else. Had new shingles put on the roof, a whole re-roofing job, and it's supposed to be not the old asphalt type, but more flexible. So I'm hoping don't get any hail damage on that. So we'll just see what happens there. But the reason I called in there was because I'm more concerned with this deal with Trump and these tariffs and everything. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to happen, but there's odd, and also these deportations and everything. It's kind of odd how this all connects up together. But you mentioned the gold thing last night, and and this might sound kind of strange, but I don't know if you've noted cocoa prices or chocolate prices or anything of that nature, but they're having a big problem over in Africa because these outlaws have found out those gold underneath some of those cocoa plantations. So they just come in and take over the land and destroy the plantation. Then they have a fungal disease over there. So if they come in there and the tariffs today and kind of starts inflation, that's going to actually hurt Trump more than it's going to help him. But he's totally fixated on these tariffs, and there's so much stuff that has to happen, I thought, under the general agreement on tariff and GATT, what they call it, tariff and trade. And then I sent you the whole thing there about all the different, actually since 1934, we've had the free trade zones, and that's a whole law. And the other thing is, I was trying to look up the Patriot Act today, and they're kind of iffy on that deportation thing, but they have a whole bunch of statutes and everything else that they have to refer to. But the long story short is, everybody that gets deported has to have a hearing, and it doesn't say, how long or how short or anything else. So I hope that they're giving them some type of a hearing or something. And you were mentioning about the MS-13 gang and the trafficking. The agricultural industry, they use a lot of people, but there are amazing new harvesting things that's going on now using artificial intelligence. And one of them will even harvest strawberries, and it can sense the exact time, that the berry is ripe. Same thing for oranges and apples and all this. So I don't know how many more agricultural workers we will really need to import. So the whole thing, that when Trump was elected, I thought that he was going to get serious about the inflation and everything else, and somehow he got off on this deportation, and I was 180 degrees wrong on the gold prices and the metal prices, so I don't know exactly how that's going to wind up. All I can say is that I'm flat. No, that reminds blind man there was talking about the Falkland Wars. I guess he can use Siri, but one of the reasons that somewhere there was British ships in there, and I think I'm not exactly sure how that war finally wound up, but oddly enough, the Argentinians did not arm their bombs properly. They need to turn them on a bomb. They have like a little propeller, and it turns as it's falling and arms the bomb. Well, when they set it there, they were like 1.5 turns too short, so they had a lot of duds. that didn't go off when they tried to bomb, I think it was the British ships. So if he's kind of into that stuff and likes to look that up, that might be kind of an interesting thing. And I guess if you ask Siri, they may do Google research. So, but anyway, the reason and the other thing too, back to what I was talking about with the deportations, I couldn't find any place on the Patriot Act where it actually said that they could deport, all the different laws, but all of them basically said the same thing, that you had to give them a hearing of some sort, and that's what those judges were trying to say that Trump didn't do. But the other bigger thing is a district judge, they can't set presidential policy as far as I know, because usually a district judge, the only thing they're doing is interpreting what the Supreme Court says. And the Supreme Court is the only one that can make a ruling that might counter the president, the way I understand it, or Congress. So I'm not exactly sure, where this district judge is coming from. And I'll leave that up to greater minds than me to ferret all that out. But the big thing that I wanted to mention is the deportation thing. Everything that Trump campaigned on, if he had just stuck to it, he would have done quite well. And I'm glad the people down there in Florida won. The deal up there in Wisconsin, the reason Wisconsin, I think Pup just mentioned a lot of different things, but with the Wisconsin legislature, the reason they counted the votes, the legislator basically abdicated their responsibility to some sort of a board up there in Wisconsin, as I understand it, to set the election rules. And that was a big problem there, and I know Trump in 2020 couldn't get a hearing on that. But by and large, I think that whenever they go to deport the kingpins of these different criminal organizations in here, whether it's Sinaloa Cartel or MS-13 or anybody else, I don't think they would have much of a problem getting a hearing which would make it legal. And I don't know how that would work out, sending MS-13 gang members back to the El Salvador, to that prison, because I'm not exactly sure where everything stands down there, El Salvador, anymore. Because I don't know if they have friends, the MS-13, if they have friends or enemy in that prison. So, by and large, that's when I mentioned one time, I hope they don't get all that stirred up again, because the whole Contra Wars and everything else, that was a mess before. And so I hopefully that doesn't all get stirred up. But by and large, Trump, I think, kind of strayed from his knitting, and it seems like in some ways the press is making more of what Trump is doing. They put that deal in there saying Trump was seeking a third term. And I've seen 4 or 5 interviews, statements.
He's just trolling them on that. He knows. We all know the rules. We know how it works. But when he says something like that, it drives them bat crap crazy. He knows he's not going to he can't run for another term. Hell, what's he going to be, 81 at the end of this one? Isn't he? Come on. He just loves getting under their skin, and yeah, that he has a knack for doing very well. Scrapyard, it's been a while. What's happening?
Oh, no, just out here battling this wind, trying to get across the Arkansas River Bridge on 430. I'd like to say thank you to each and every one of y'all that your thoughts and prayers for my family during a really hard time of loss and sorrow for losing my sister. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. And on that rocket that failed, it's what's called POGO. It's an oscillation, a vibration, like a tuning fork. It's set up in the rocket, and the oxidizer and fuel in the tank starts jumping up and down, and which starts compounding, and the oscillation, the friction just gets so bad that the engines, you could see, started gimbling, trying to keep it upright, and it couldn't handle it anymore until it flipped over and came crashing down. And on that chicken story from earlier in the evening, if you're going to clean chickens, Dawn dishwashing liquid, just a teaspoon, like in a big wash tub with a fire going under it, and you just swirl them around by their feet and pull it out, and then the feathers just fall right off then.
You ever heard of anybody cooking the chicken, trying to get the feathers off?
That, well, yeah, in New Guinea, they do that. They actually roll them around in the fire to get them off, and I've actually seen that done before. And, yeah, there's no, burnt feathers, no, that's not considered good flavoring. Hell of that. But, yeah, the rain here is supposed to start probably about 8:30 a.m. They're already calling now for Arkansas 15 inches of rain. I'm going to have to go to bed with a dadgum life jacket on.
I'm thinking, can you imagine what the flooding scenario is going to be here in a couple days? When they're talking a 500 to 1,000 year flood scenario, yeah, for some folks, it's going to be a once in many, many lifetimes kind of flooding if this all comes together. All right, let me see real quick. Lastly, it may be first out of the box and last out of the box. Seeing eye dog?
Yes. Hey, how you doing?
Hey
real quick. What makes tornadoes green? You remember when you were a kid? You had the green haze in the sky. Number two, you remember they had an issue where they told you to open all the windows? What year did they stop doing the window deal, where they closed?
Yeah.
Don't open the windows. We thought that if you let the air pass through.
That was the premise, that the central pressure or something would drop. And I do remember that. Open up all the windows because, the tornado warning. And that is no. And as far as
we're not recommending that, by the way. We're not recommending that.
As far as the
last thing is, are you a coin collector? Did you say you're a coin collector? Are they financial coins or collector coins?
No, I've got a collection of, what do they call them? Challenge coins, like from the military and various police departments and things like just challenge coins.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you, Steve. First and last.
I wish I had some gold coins right about now. What did gold hit? I think it's $3,148. It hit yesterday an ounce. How high is it going to go? It could storm higher. Today, Liberation Day, Trump will be announcing who gets hit with what as far as tariffs. Press conference, Rose Garden, 4 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. Of course, we can highlight some of that when we come back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,